Well, hello, Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia, and we're doing a very special edition of the social audio tech check. I really should create a special theme song for that, but and I will. But we're talking about a very cool topic today, and that is, can working from home make you more productive? And we're going to talk about the pros and cons of that. And the subsequent question is, can working from home make you more creative? And the third version of that could be, does working from home improve your mental health? This is a very good question, like a very much a question on everyone's mind. So, welcome to the call from wherever you are. We've got people listening in from Mexico, San Cristobal, which is a town I've actually visited myself. Which, can you believe it? So the Pilgrim Trin is there. He's listening in, and I've responded. Cheers from Melbourne. So where are you in the world? I just want to let you know that we do this show every week, and we do it to three places at once. One, we send it to LinkedIn, which is possibly where you're looking at it now. I also send it to YouTube, and I send it to Substack. Now, if you're on Substack, I'd love you to join me there. That's my Substack account, and I'd love you to talk, tell me what you're doing. I love it. I'll play a song about this in a minute. Substack feels like home to me. It's a very lovely place. I've got about 160 supporters there, and Substack itself has about 50 million users. So a big audience, but maybe not quite as big as LinkedIn. So LinkedIn has 1.2 billion users, probably about 300,000 active users. I don't know for sure. Not everyone's on all the time. But where are you in the world? And where are you calling in from? And let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. We're going to bring in some friends of mine very soon, and I'll show you about what that'll look like over time. You can indeed watch the show on YouTube. And I thought I had some captions for that, but I'll go back and get those for you. It's very simple. Keith Keller, KeithKeller.tv is my YouTube channel, but I'll make it really easy by putting it there for you. There it is. Watch the show on YouTube, Keith Keller TV. That's a very reliable source. Very understated at the moment with 3 billion users. Very hard to stand out, but the replays will be on YouTube. If you've got any questions at all, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, and you're welcome to come up on stage or just put the comments in the chat there. If you want to know what's coming up, I do 2 shows a week, and Where is Keith Today is like a little calendar that does that. And this is what we're actually aiming for today. We're aiming for the Brady Bunch look. We're sending the file to YouTube, LinkedIn, and Substack. So we should be able to get a bit of a rhythm going now. I've just checked it. All sites are working. So just jump in and tell us what you're doing. I'm today, for something different, I'm actually using my Zoom P4. I'll tell you why. I usually use a Zoom P2, which I do love. But I notice there's a little bit of distortion when I was playing the songs, and I thought that didn't sound very well. So I'm going to try it with this. The P4 is a superior device, but also costs extra. I love it. I use it almost every day. And I'm using my Samson 2QU mic, which is a very cost-effective mic that works either with USB or XLR. We'll talk about what that means in a minute. So this show is all about making you sound good. And, that's what I would love to hear about with you. But the special edition today revolves around, can working from home make you more productive? And can it make you more creative? And I'm very interested in your thoughts on that. So jump in and tell us what you're thinking in the comments. I'll go back and play another song while I'm waiting for some of my buddies to come. Now, I love Substack. I love it. And I'm definitely moving more towards it as a source of my content. I do a lot of backup material there, blog posts and things. So please follow me on Substack, because for me, Substack feels like home. Oh, wow. Substack feels like home. It's true. It's absolutely true. Substack feels like home. And I would just love to know where you are in the world. And we have some really cool discussions going on today. Peter in San Cristobal, Mexico, has said that, you know what, he works out of a cafe, and for him a cafe feels like home. And I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Mike's coming in with his brand new Saint what is it, Saint Patrick's Day, and he's got a funky little green thing going, so that's good. I'll bring him in now. Funky little green thing. So the question we're asking is, can working from home make you more productive? Peter in San Cristobal, Mexico says, you know what? I prefer to work out of a cafe. I get it. I totally get it. I love cafes. I'd go there every day. You plug in, and I think the rule is you buy a coffee once an hour, and that's your payment. And that's a very, very cool thing. A lot of Aussies work out of cafes because the house is too noisy. Kids playing and all these sort of associated noises and microwaves and kettles. What do you think, Mike? Does working from home make you feel more productive, or would you rather work in a cafe or go to an office? What do you think?
I'm an adult, meaning it doesn't matter now. When I was working from home on the regular, it's very helpful to have, like right now, I'm sitting in what we call our upstairs office. So you can shut the door, obviously for sound that and interruptions and whatnot. I think that's important, particularly if you're tasked with Zoom calls or Teams or whatever. Um, I honestly feel though, Keith, that in office can be very disruptive because at least when I was a CISO, I started out with having an office, and I could close the door, but I usually didn't because I wanted to leave it open. But the bottom line is when you're in an office environment, and it can be very disruptive. People stop by your office or people stop by your cube. It can be disruptive. So you don't have that at home generally. Now, if you have kids or whatnot, or a spouse, but we made an agreement early on. When I have the door closed, you don't come in, because I'm most likely on a call. So that worked rather well. So I would say absolutely you can be, and I would argue maybe even more so. And unfortunately, Keith, sometimes I would stay up way later than I ever would have in the office because I was at home. So the company I was with at the time when I was working from home got very good value out of me working from home.
Well, it's an extremely good debate because, and this might be the only place in the world where this is happening, but on the 1st of September in Victoria, which is the state that I live, not the whole of Australia, but Victoria, which is about the same size as England and in the same geographical location as Florida. We from the 1st of September, but workers, people that still work for a living, are mandated that they can work from home twice a week if they want to, if their job allows it. Obviously, truck drivers can't do that, or train drivers, or people that work in a cafe or pump petrol. But if you can do your job from home from the 1st of September, businesses must allow you to do that at least twice a week. Right? This is a revolutionary. This is an amazing idea. It's causing a lot of controversy, as you can imagine. But we love it because we love working from home, and the city is an hour away. It's just a waste of time, in my opinion. And I'm really into this. I'm really into talking about this because wifey's got this little thing going today where she's working from home just to see if everything works in case there's a disaster. Wifey's been tasked with doing all her normal jobs at home, which of course she can because she's been doing it all the time. But Australians are starting to think about this. Aussies, we value work-life balance. We don't work to live. Sorry, we don't live to work. We work to live. Right? We flipped it. You can't tell me to work weekends or nights. I just won't do it. I have never done it. So it's very cool to know that there's actually stats around this, facts that say, look, not only does it serve us as workers, but the bosses get better value. I think there's a case for that, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, but the other challenge, Keith, is if you are a poor boss um, in the office, meaning I if you are providing the necessary tools and training and such for your workers, you shouldn't have to be looking over their shoulders. And so, they're like, "Oh, come into the office, we can see each other." Now, are there some benefits to being in person? Of course. I would argue with always, and so what? Do it once a month or something, or once every quarter, and have a face to face. But and depending on what your job is, you don't necessarily have to meet face to face. Does it promote teamwork and so on? Of course. But as far as boss is concerned, again, if you're trusting your employee, and this is really where it comes down to, Keith, if you're trusting your employee, and if they're being measured on their output, meaning not just I don't know, words or something, it's the actual, are they performing their job function, yes or no? And I mean, then leave them alone. And actually, Keith, let them make the choice. If there's an option to people want to work in the office, let them work in the office. But one of the benefits, Keith, is for not having brick and mortar is you don't pay rent, and rents in like New York can be astronomical. So there's absolutely a reason not to be in the office in that case. Save a lot of money.
Yeah. And do you think, to flip it, do you think that working from home makes you feel more creative in a work state when if indeed creativity is a relevant task, a relevant idea? Do you think that it's a relevant idea that by working at home you can be more creative, more flexible, more in tune with your rhythm?
Yeah, I mean, again, Keith, for me, it's like if I have someone that's a report, all I care about is, are you getting your job done? Are you performing your job duties? I don't care what on what, unless, Keith, there are certain things, if you're client facing, or if you have certain time restrictions, or like if you, but Keith, in a lot of cases now, if you're customer support, you think you're calling into a brick and mortar. You're not. They're routing, in a lot of cases, they're routing that phone to home over a VPN or whatever. And so, a lot of call centers now are distributed. Um, and as there's overseas call centers and whatnot. So I really think that again, I think sometimes it depends on your personality or whatever. Some people maybe do better under a watchful eye. I don't know. I don't work that way, and I don't work well that way. I would prefer, give me a task, or give me a project, or give me a vision, and let me execute.
Yeah.
Just leave me alone.
What we've also had, and this happens a lot in Australia, but Peter, who's calling in from San Cristobal, Mexico, which is proof of the point. He followed me today on Substack. This is why I love the global story. He said, "Look, my house is not that restful. I prefer to go and work in a cafe." And I'm wondering whether you've ever done that. Go to a workspace or a cafe. It's very big here. Like, they play this chill music, and I think the rule is if you buy a coffee once an hour, you can stay there all day because you're using their power. Have you ever done that?
Once in a great while, once in, as we say in the US, a blue moon. I can't say. Now I'm trying to think if years ago, Keith, we had, I can't remember what they're calling, but you actually didn't have an office. You had like a shared space.
Mm.
And so I've done that a couple of times, but yeah, for the most part, I was either at home or in the office. And even like a bulk of my career, except for the CISO, because I had to go because it was a Japanese company, they forced us to go. But Keith, to your point, there's always, like you were saying about your wife, that you absolutely should be testing work from home in case of a disaster. or like a major snowstorm or whatever. And so we did that. And actually, Keith, with our two big disasters here, we had basically flooding in two different hurricanes that we did fine, because we had done a bunch of testing, from work from home and from the disaster sites. So yeah, it's a very interesting discussion, but I think you should be able to be as productive and as useful and whatnot. But my only issue is probably concentration, Keith. Like, even if it's kind of quiet, like in a coffee, like um like a coffee house or whatever, I I think I'd be distracted, because people are ordering coffee or whatever, and it's not a library. I have worked out of libraries on occasion, but not very often either.
That's a very interesting point. You have you ever worked for yourself?
Yes,
Can you?
and then I worked from home.
Yeah, because in Australia, this is a very common thing. And must be all around the world. We have these little places that come sometimes multi-stories, and you can just hire a table or a room, and it saves you having office space, which costs you money. But also, there's other people around. So on a six-story building, the middle ground might be a cafe, which is it's a cafe. You can get food and coffee, and there's funky music playing, and you can just go there to chill. Or there is a couch. On the top level might be the multimedia studio. I'm going to get to this in a minute because this is a very important question. So they've got the whole room set up with a soundproof booth and a roadcaster and a pod mic and a really funky camera, and you book it. And part of your fee that you pay every week or each day is that you can use those facilities free of charge, including it's included. These are very, 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 very popular here. So, yeah, one of the questions I'm asking is, and this is very relevant to me because this is how I prefer to do it. Would you prefer to have everything at your disposal in your house, a mic, a mixer, a PC, a laptop, a tablet? Or would you, and some people do this, would you rather just pay a monthly fee, a daily fee, an hourly fee, and go somewhere where everything is just there and you sit down and plug in?
Well, I know what you're talking about, and over here we call them co-working spaces, and it's almost like a coffee house. I don't need that. Some people do, and I understand like they're doing that remotely too. They have these co-working spaces in a couple platforms I'm on. And I'm like, I don't get it. You can't talk, or you only talk like they basically, like, I guess you come together and do sort of a sanity check or whatever every hour or something. And I'm like, that's just not how I roll. It doesn't really bring much for me personally. And again, I understand if that's your bag, and you want to have sort of other people around you. I would prefer, when I'm socializing or whatever, I'll socialize. I want to talk. And Keith, I don't know if I told you, but I actually joined a men's billiard club, to do socialization and play pool, obviously. But it's I separate the two. I don't necessarily want to socialize while I'm working, and that's not what co-working does anyway.
Okay. I get you. I get you. But this is a very interesting question. This is very, very important. And this is exactly what I'm actually asking. I've got friends of mine that say, you know what, when I record my podcast, I record it somewhere else. It costs me $180 an hour. I just sit down, everything's there. I sit in a
Mm.
chair. They've got Rode mics. They've got a Rodecaster. They push the button. They record it. They send it to me. I just turn up and talk. And they say that feels so powerful to me because I don't have to buy the tech. I don't have to learn the tech. I don't have to set my room up with the tech. I don't have to worry about the dog barking or the blowing mower going off or, someone in the toilet. I go there and I'm in the zone. I'm talking about being productive, right? I'm in the zone. I go there. I know exactly what I want to say. The guest turns up. We talk. We record. We go. Cost me maybe $360. Sure, that's money. I wouldn't do it. And I'm thinking, well, why wouldn't you just buy a Zoom P2? They're $300. Just buy it yourself. Why wouldn't you do it yourself? I
Yeah.
can't understand this. Right? Just buy
Yeah.
a Zoom P2, $200, or a Zoom P4 to $300, and just do it yourself. Buy a nice mic and plug it in. How hard is that? Well, okay, that's not hard for you because you've been doing it for 20 years. But I don't want to learn all that jargon you talk about. I just want to turn up and talk, right? And I don't know if you know anyone doing this, but this is extremely popular idea here.
Hmm.
And yeah, extremely. I mean, if I had the money, I'd invest in the studio. I mean, it's just money in the bank, right? It's just people lining up to come in.
But
'Cause-
Keith, help me out. Is this for podcasting or what? What are they using it for?
yeah, well, okay, Diary of a CEO, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm sure that's not in his house, right?
Okay. So he did. He didn't make his own studio or
I
something.
don't know, but I'm guessing. Joe Rogan might be able to have his own studio in the basement, but he probably didn't start there.
No,
So
he started in like not a shed. I don't know if you know, actually, the one he did forever, in California out there, because he's in Texas now or something. He was in my understanding was it was like a big building and like he had his cars there and stuff, and then he had this part of that sectioned off for his studio, the one that he had forever and had every the red or maroon or whatever curtains behind him. That was in like a big building, part of a big building.
yeah, and like that makes sense to me. I mean, if I had unlimited money, I'd just build a little shack out in the back. Uh, it doesn't make sense to me to go to a place. And look, I want to play this out because I've had fierce arguments with people about this. Fierce arguments. Like, okay, you want your show to look like Diary of a CEO. I get it. You like that look, and you don't know how to do it. So you pay someone $180 an hour to have the room with the couch and the broadcaster set up and the curtains, and they do it and they push the button and they send you the file. You don't have to know how they did it. It just sounds brilliant. And they
Now,
make
is this podcasting or is this live or both?
no, not live.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, not live. So the word podcast in the 2020s now completely buggerized, but
Yeah.
word podcast now means either or audio
Yeah.
or video. In fact, most people associate it with a video, which really, really, really pisses me off because I know that's not what it means. But anyway, the English language changes over time. So
Yeah.
people turn up and there's a fee. There's a different fee. Might be
Mm.
$120 an hour if you just want to record audio. And
Mm.
it's $180 an hour if you want to record video. Right? And they set you up and you're in a couch. And like some people go to these places to just take photos of them doing it. Hey, here's me. I just got interviewed by this really cool dude. Look at me. I got my dress on and I've got my roadcast. I don't even know what that means. But we just sat in a chair. We had a bit of a chat. Look at me. Look at me. The ultimate selfie. And I'm thinking, okay, well, look, that's costing you a bucket of money for that ego trip. Sure, you sound great and you don't have to do it, but why don't you just learn it yourself? I mean, I'm just saying, and I'm saying
Well,
this.
I could see Keith. I'm trying to think because I've seen a number of these and some of these guys are famous, by the way, and I'm forgetting their names, but there's a couple. He was I think he was a comedian. But anyway, to your point, there's a few kind of bigger, um, well, video casters that I I'm kind of torn. If I had the money, and I was doing a recorded, not live. I don't know. I might consider it, because it's lighting and cameras and all that junk. When you're doing video, Keith, as you know, it's a lot bigger production. If you're just doing an audio only, I do think it probably makes more sense to do it from home. But do you really want to invest in a decent quality camera and decent quality sound and decent quality lighting and really an actual studio? And some people are doing it. Some of these guys on LinkedIn already have pretty decent setups, and But they, they didn't start out that way either, Keith. They started out kind of rough, and over time they were able to build up and build out their studios and stuff.
Well, it fits directly. It fits directly into the question: can working from home make you more productive? Now,
Mm,
take that up a notch. Dave Grohl, the lead singer and the main guy from the Foo Fighters and the drummer from
mhm,
Nirvana, when Kurt Cobain died, he recorded a whole album. He played every instrument in his basement. The first
mm,
album of the Foo Fighters, he played every instrument. Now he could have gone to a studio to do that. He could have, and it would have just been as good. But he can do it. Now, does having your own stuff in your own house make you more productive? It's a fascinating question because you've got to learn how to use it. You've got to do it. There's a lot of distractions, but it's overall a lot cheaper. And you can do it whenever you want. Hey, I have an idea at 2 a.m. Let's just get up and do that. I'm sure that's how this is. Some of very famous songs have been written at 2 a.m. And that's because they've got the stuff at their disposal. Hey, look, the piano's downstairs. Let's bash it out, put it on cassette, and we'll work it out tomorrow. Yeah, that's in the key of C. Look, this is what it is. Can you follow me along? Did you play drums here? Yeah, they're good. Push record. So if you've got your own stuff, you can just do it whenever you want. But you've got to learn it and you've got to buy it. It's like renting a car, or buying a car. Same.
I, I mean, Keith, some of these big names, and they have like he was also a songwriter too, but Prince had his whole friggin' everything, a recording studio, everything.
Prince is a good example.
So it gets down to, it's not just productivity, it's like freedom. It's freedom to your point. I don't have to worry about whatever the studio's schedule is or when it's open. I mean, I can't just walk into like 1 o'clock in the morning, I imagine, to a studio. I can do that if it's in the back in the backyard.
Yeah,
So
I mentioned I mentioned this to you. This is a very good discussion, but the discussion is: can you be more productive working from home with the complete freedom of doing anything you want whenever you want, or is it better to go into the office, to hire a studio, to actually go to a cafe? It's very good. There's no wrong or right answer. I'm just very fascinated. And I mentioned to you the power of having your own show. This is exactly where we'll segue to, rather than relying on other people to let you play your songs. Right. So you might go on Americo's show and he might, as a favor to you, allow you to play one song.
yep.
Maybe you might play one at the start, one at the end, and maybe one in the middle, but you've got to ask his permission and he's got to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Whereas if you do your own show, then you can say, you know what, here's the show. It's 10 o'clock my time. I'm just going to do a show. And I wrote a song today. Have a listen to this. And this is what it's about. And what do you think? And I'm pretty happy with this. This is how I did it. Have you ever thought of writing your own songs, or do you want me to write one for you? Here's what I did. And you can just ramble at your leisure in your own mind. Right. And and I mentioned this, and it's a very good example. I did these gigs at what we call here open mic nights. And I'll mention this because this is a very good example of what we're talking about. So you turn up at 7 o'clock on a Wednesday night because there's no one in the pub. So they just have a whole bunch of blokes sitting around playing their own songs because there's no one coming. So at least they're going to sell 20 beers because otherwise no one goes on a Wednesday night. And so people turn up and they go, okay, but put your name in a hat and we'll draw you out sequentially or, randomly. And okay, Keith, you're up. It's 7:15. Go. What do you got? Well, I wrote this song yesterday. I just get my acoustic guitar. I did this as in a duo. We just wrote a couple of songs. We thought we'd play them out. You get 3 minutes, Keith. One song. All right, 3 minutes. All right. Well, this is the song we're going to do. Here's what we did. Here's how we wrote it. What do you think? You play your song. You go back and you sit back in the audience for the other 97 people to get their 3 minutes. And you think, I drove for like half an hour to get here. I get one song, 3 minutes. I've bought 3 beers and I got to stick around for 90 minutes while everyone else plays their song, right? It's not how I would prefer to spend my Wednesday night. Yeah. But the other idea is you go, mate, how much would it cost me to book your restaurant out, your hotel out for one night? $1,000.
Mm.
$1,000? What do you mean? That's the price. There's a hotel near us, and when bands play, it costs $12,000 a night to hire that room. I know this because I've been doing a lot of research into this. So the room holds 300 people. It costs $12,000 to hire the room. So if you charge $40 and you fill it, you break even. So most people charge like 60, and they might get 200 people, break even. So in a way, you're paying to play, unless you're very big, in which case you can charge $100.
Mm.
You're making 18 grand. I'm amazed at how I can do this maths in my head, just like up the top of my head. But so you charge $100, you get 300 people, that's 30 grand. You've been charged $12,000. You make 18,000. Everyone in the band gets paid, and you get lunch for free. Right? Brilliant. But look at how much work that is. Right? And this is why we talk about the power of having your own gig, your own style, your own effort, as opposed to waiting, handing out, can I come on your show? Can I play a song on your show when I come on your show? Please, please, please. Please, sir, can I have more? This is how I feel when I ask to go on other people's shows. Is it all right if I go on your show? Do you think that I'm worth it? Is it all right? Can I please? Can I please? No, it's 10 o'clock on a Wednesday. I'm doing my show. 3 people are listening, but it's cost me nothing. 6 people are listening. So it's a different vibe. And I want to have this conversation. Is it better to do your own thing, work from home, set your own hours? And if you go right back, which is bringing it back to the worker dudes, the 9-to-5ers, you go into work, it takes an hour to get there. You've got to find a park or pay $10 a day for public transport. You get there, you got to dress up, you got to play the game, and there's all these people around. Sure, you get your job done and you get a table and a nice computer, but I haven't done that since 2006, and I couldn't do it again. I couldn't do it. There's all these people around, but of course they've got everything set up. The fax is there, the printer's set up, the coffee shop's next door. They've got a bakery upstairs. They've got a lunch room. They've got a microwave. All the systems are working. Something goes wrong, there's a person for that. You got a techie geek on the 3rd level. You just call them. Yeah, no worries. I'll come down in 10 minutes. You're not the only one having that problem today. I'll see you in 10 minutes. All right. Yep. Well, I'm doing nothing. He says, well, just sit down. Tell your boss I'm coming. And then you go, okay, well, I went into work. They paid me. I spent an hour getting there, an hour getting back, and 10 hours while I was there. It's not my thing, right? But that's what most people do. Do you think that's more productive, though? Do you think that sense of certainty, that sense of there's a place with a fax machine and a lunch room, and it's near the cafe and it's near the train, or if you drive, it's got parking on site? Don't you think that makes more sense?
Nope. And Keith, I think you have to look at the totality, right? Like, if I had to go into New York City, it could take me up to 2 hours, particularly on the train, using mass transit. That's not efficient at all. So that's a 4-hour round trip. So, and even if they're getting 8 hours, well, that's 12 hours that I'm spending, and I'm not getting paid for 4. So, and they don't take that into effect when they're looking at their productivity. Well, what about my productivity? And you start to figure out what you're getting paid. And then what's worse is, like I said, when I was working from home in my last job, I was up sometimes 1-2 o'clock in the morning. I'd wake up just for whatever reason, and I get on the computer and I get on work, and at least read emails or whatever the case was. I wasn't. Sometimes I was and well, actually, and depending on what was due, sometimes I would absolutely be banging away on the keyboard writing a document or something. So, but then, my question is, Keith, what is productivity? Is it the output, or is it the total amount of work I'm putting in? And is that productive? Meaning, if I look at the time spent and what I got out, the ROI, what I got paid, I was probably kind of on the losing end of the proposition. Whether I was at at I would say probably more so, Keith. And I don't know if this is true of everyone else, but they got more. I feel they got more out of me when I was working from home than when I was in the office.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two debates here. As I said, in the 1st of September, it's now law that if you can work from home reasonably, you must be allowed to. That's the law from the 1st of September. I know that's not going to suit everyone, but all the workers are happy. All the workers are really happy. We got quite a lot of comments here from Peter in Santa. I'll think of it in a minute. I'll think of it in a minute where he's calling in from, but he's in Mexico and it's pretty cool. And I've been there, and he sent me some photos. But I'll read these out because this is very, very interesting. The comments from Substack do not appear in my Restream feed. If you wanted to do a very similar thing, Peter, you could make those comments in YouTube and they would appear in the feed and I can put them up. And Mike's joined on Substack as well. So we got 7 listeners now, 7 people listening to me rant about loving working from home and hating getting the train. So Peter says, my biggest reason from working from home or working at a cafe is the random conversations that somehow link to what I'm doing. It never fails to happen. This is exactly what you talked about, Mike. Not everyone enjoys this randomness. Hey, what are you working on? You know what I'm working on? I'm working on this really cool font or this really cool hack in Claude. Oh, I've been thinking about Claude. What's that about? Yeah, look, it's not bad. I like it. Wow, you got 2 minutes? Yeah, I'll buy you coffee. I can come back. I can get distracted. So the random conversations that happen in the cafe in many, many ways makes you, the worker, much more productive. That's highly debatable because you could be distracted.
Keith, as a security guy, I'm going to have a problem with that because now you're leaking IP. You're leaking intellectual property from the company's perspective, potentially.
No, I mean, of course. I mean, can you just imagine? You're working in a cafe in the corner, and someone pops in and says, "Hello, what are you working on?" Well, I can't tell you. But, please don't look at my laptop. We're good friends. I don't want to have to cut your arm off.
or Keith, in some cases, I don't know if you've seen them. They have these privacy things you can put over your screen that if someone's like, unless they're sort of directly behind you, they can't see what you're typing. But no, in all seriousness, Keith, that you do have to think about that if you're going to go to a co-working space or a coffee shop. I mean, what if a lot of people forget to lock their screens, Keith. And so if you get up to go to the bathroom or you get a coffee or whatever, and you leave your screen on, people can potentially see what you're working on.
I saw this happen. I saw this happen on a Friday night about 5:30. All these, really active women at the pub. And the HR manager, I heard him saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm the HR manager. She had a couple of drinks. She goes, "I just got to go and do a wee." Right. And she left a laptop open on the bench in a pub while she went and did a wee.
Yeah.
Now that's just a very innocent mistake, but someone could have stolen the laptop. Someone could have had a look at that. I didn't know. I didn't know that Jill was on 744. How did that happen? She's just a chick that we left school at year 11. I mean, what's going on there? So I saw that happen. I saw it happen. A very real moment. I've had friends of mine leave their laptop on the train on the way to work because they're working on the train on the way in or on the way home, and then suddenly people go, "Oh, look at this laptop. This is all of the executive salaries for the company that is my competitor. I just love this. I'm keeping this one." Big danger, right?
Oh yeah.
So what we got quite a few comments on Substack. I'll start there first. If you do want to make a comment on Substack, I can read it out manually, but if you want me to feed it in to the and you want to do that, Mike? Do you want to do a comment on YouTube so I can just show people what that looks like?
On YouTube? Yep. Hold on.
YouTube is very, very, very robust. It works every time. I don't get a lot of listeners there, but it is a very robust system, and I get really good sort of replay value there, not in terms of volume, but I'm proud to say that this show is now on YouTube as well. So it will form a replay, which is very easy to find, and I'll put it in a playlist. So what I'm doing today, I'll just rant while we wait for some other people to come. You can, as I said, look at my show on YouTube. That's how you do it. But you may not know, and you may not have been able to tell, but I'm on my P4 today, and I'm interested to know if you can hear the difference. What happened with it when I play the songs, and I'll have a listen to the replay in a minute. When I play the songs in the P4, when I play songs in the P4, there's a bit of a distortion as it plays. There's a bit of a hiss and a sort of a rumble. There's a technical term for this. There's an actual technical musical term for this. We call it rumble, right? There's a word in the English language that applies to this sensation, and it might be sizzle. And I found that when I play songs using the P2, there's this sort of crackle and distortion that I don't like for the first 5 seconds till it settles down. And, we're all playing around with all this tech. And, of course, this is what we're talking about. Well, wouldn't it be just so much easier to go into the city and pay someone $200 an hour to just do it? Like, I just turn up, mate. I don't care what you use. I don't care what you call it. I don't know. Just send me the file. And as long as it sounds good, I'm happy. I'm sure that's a market. I'm sure people are doing that. Yeah, I'm sure. But it costs you buckets of money. Well, I've recorded, I don't know if I've told you this, Mike, but I've recorded demos. I had a Tascam Mixcast 4 or whatever it was called at the time. But, they sounded shit. Like the songs sounded shit. I mean, who am I? I'm just one guy recording in my bedroom. Of course they're going to sound terrible. Right? So then I went to another guy. He charged me $300 an hour because he's got all of the gear. And I took that song and he made it sound like it was on the radio. Wow. He did that. I didn't do that. I was using the same equipment. He just knew how to push all the buttons because he has all the buttons. So there's a lot going on here. And I'm a bit of a do-it-yourselfer in a way. I want to do this myself. I really, really don't want to go and pay $200 an hour to do a podcast twice a week. I mean, imagine how long it would take. Virtually no time at all, and I'd have nothing in the bank. Right? But it's a very, very, very good point. Thanks, Mike, for that. That shows us what it looks like on YouTube. This, of course, is very different for lives. I can't see you going into a studio to do a live show because imagine how many people you'd have to have on the team. You'd be talking. You'd probably have to have a co-host. You'd probably have to have someone pushing the buttons. You'd probably have to have someone muting the calls. You'd need a team of at least 4 people. And just in case you don't know how hard this is, it's bloody hard to do by yourself. It really is the job of 4 people. I'm watching the comments. I'm thinking about my next question. I'm changing the graphics. I'm playing songs. I'm sending the file to other guests who could possibly come later. This job probably needs about 4 people to do well. And that's what actually Americo does, doesn't he? He does these shows now, doesn't he? And
yep.
While we're waiting for other people to come in, what's your show about tomorrow? You're going to use this graphic?
No, I'm going to use my actual LinkedIn graphic. It's very similar to this, except I don't have a hat and I can actually switch. Do I have that one? I have to figure out how to do that. I have to find that now. I don't think I have it handy, but I'm going to be using the one that I have for my LinkedIn profile.
So anyway, tomorrow, this is a very, very good point. Americo and I do shows all the time. America has a very different philosophy. Like, I do the shows and I push every button myself and I'm in charge and it's my show. Right? And people come on the show and we have a great time and everyone gets a turn. Right? America has a very different approach. He has a guest every week, and the guest is really the feature, is really the featured guest. And there's only one of them. And they
Yep.
speak for about 45 minutes. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes there's questions at the end. And the show goes about 1 hour. Very standard format. And the thing that's great about that is that this is a format people understand. So what Americo does, and I'm very proud of him for this, he says, I can teach you to do this. You can, it's not hard to do. I can teach you. That's part one. Part two is I can do it with you. I mean, I can interview you and I'll ask all the questions and you do all the talking and I'll make you look good. I can do that. Or I'll do with you. You do it and I'll just sort of sit behind the scenes as the invisible silent partner and push all the buttons, make you look good, and no one will even know I'm there, like the Wizard of Oz. And he's got like a 3-tiered program. And I'm very excited for him about that. Very excited.
He actually has a fourth tier, Keith. He has a co-host, or he was. He had a woman. I think she had some health issues. And then Jay, I don't know if you know Jay Pascal or
He's not
however you pronounce his
monetizing that.
name.
That's not his offer.
Oh, okay. Okay. But he's producing those
Yeah,
shows.
he's producing. That's a good point. And they are,
Yep.
in a very, very simple way, they are a good demo for what he's capable of doing.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. I mean, that storytelling show, dude, seriously good. And he has, kind of like you, he has kind of a gift of, first of all, he has that sort of very chill voice. But the way he does a very good job at doing, show running, because he has uh he you don't unfortunately know what he's going to ask, but he has a set of questions typically that he asks, and then he asks it and kind of gives you free reign while you answer, and then goes to the next one and the next one. So he kind of knows what the flow of the show is, at least for that, for the show that I'm doing on Thursday. I think he does something a little different on the storytelling. He usually has sort of like a subject more, and then his co-host jumps in, and he does this handoff. He does a very good job of show running.
And if you want to see that in action, Americo has a much more, I would say, traditional view of this than me. Like, there's a guest, it goes an hour, and if you're lucky, and often you don't, you get a chance to ask questions. I mean, I've got to be honest, it pisses me off. Like,
Right.
it pisses me off more than I can say politely on air. I mean, I wait for 45 minutes to listen to someone else. I've got a question and I don't get a chance to answer it. I'm so upset by that model.
Well, and that's a very good point, Keith, because I think he tries to keep on schedule. So there's that, right? And because of the way he has it set up, it can be hard. Like, particularly if I'm talkative or whatever, it can be kind of hard to hold your guest to an hour. If you're talking about a decent subject, right? I mean, it sounds like a lot of time, right? But it's not really. And then to try to fit a Q&A in, and that's the other challenge, Keith, which you're experiencing it right now, because I'm on I'm on Substack, is it's very hard to really keep on top. To be honest, Keith, if you're going to do a show like this, uh, you know streaming in multiple platforms, you almost have to have someone that's whatever you want to call it, the comment commando or something, and someone has to kind of be feeding you, maybe like you're doing, when you pull it up there with that thing that you had down at the bottom, to help you kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, wrangle the comments. And particularly if you have a bigger comment section, Keith, you can really have them spinning, and then you kind of want to sort of you want to pick sort of the better ones out. So that can almost be a full-time job
You have a very
on
unique
live.
perspective on this. I'd like to actually hear a bit more about this. You are almost like a professional commenter.
Yep.
And you probably get very, very annoyed when we don't call you out. But yesterday, this is a very cool point. Yesterday, I saw a comment come up on LinkedIn, and I timed it. It took 11 minutes for that. 11 minutes for
Yeah.
that to show up on Restream. Right. And then I commented, and that was another 11 minutes. And then she commented back. So from the original comment, 33 minutes had passed before we actually got those 3 comments out and back and on the screen.
That's insane. And Keith, it's getting worse. All I can say is, and I'm not gonna, I don't want to waste breath bashing LinkedIn, but it's getting bad. And so if I were multi-streaming, I would not be streaming to LinkedIn. Sorry.
It doesn't
It's just
right?
when I think I told you. I think I told you the other day. I don't even go. I mean, I still comment because I'm trying to support people on LinkedIn Lives. But a lot of times, if they're multi-streaming, so that I can see what they're talking about, I will be on YouTube. If they're streaming to YouTube,
You and one
I'm
other.
watching it on YouTube.
You and one other.
So, what's that?
You and one other.
Well,
like at the moment, 0 people are watching this show on Substack. 0. No, it doesn't cost me any money extra. Well, actually, it does. It does cost me extra to do it, but it doesn't take much extra time. I would just love to see you doing these shows, Mike. I just would love to see you in the other side of the seat. But I'm sending this to Substack, and I've worked out how to do it. It's quite complex, and once I've worked it out, it's simple. Once you know, right? And then I just do it, but there's no one there. Now, what's the point of that? What's the point of doing a show if no one's watching it? If a tree falls in the forest and no one sees it, did it really fall? And does
yes, it does. It does, Keith, because team replay. And we haven't talked about it yet, and I'm still very unclear where the heck they're going and what they're doing with it. But I have loaded Substack up on my TV because I have a Google, TV, Google whatever it's called, player or whatever on my TV, and so I can actually see if you drop. I'd have to see exactly what I can see, and this is what I don't understand from Substack's perspective. And I think part of it is they don't have a fully formed streaming or video, how they're going to offer it from their platform,
even if
not
they,
pushing it to other
why do you
platforms. They
think
have
they're
that
doing
down.
it? I mean, why are they doing it at all? It's a blogging platform. Why are they entering into video?
Because I think they know that that's where it's at. I mean, they see the restreams and the StreamYards of the world, and they want to. It's they want the walled garden, right? That they want everything inside. I mean, even though they're allowing pushing, I think I would be very surprised, dude, if they don't start. I don't know if it's multi-streaming, but if they really beef up their streaming capabilities, at least from their platform. Now, whether they allow you to multi-stream, it's something different, but it'll be very interesting to see, or Keith, like some sort of API or something that Restream can pick up their comments
Yeah,
at least.
I'm
right?
actually asking both parties to help me with this. I want to share a little bit about how Substack at the moment, March 2026, very basic. How Substack does its live streaming. It's very basic, in my opinion, almost unusable. Like for me, I'm not that excited about it, but some people seem to like it. So what you can do with, and I'll show you exactly how this looks. With Substack, you can have what I call Substack Direct, and you can have 3 people on stage total, and this is what it looks like. No comments, no music, no graphics. Very boring. In my opinion, almost unusable. But what I have seen done a million times, and you might not know this, but at the time we were going live, we were in direct competition with Jane Fonda, who had 318,000 followers at that time. Like she had 318,000 people watching that stream. At the exact moment we were streaming to 7 people, she was streaming to 318,000, but she's Jane Fonda, right? So Jane Fonda just talked to camera, and people love that. But they seem to love it because everyone's doing it. And you can do it on your phone, and you can do it on your tablet, and you can do it on your PC now. But it's not my thing. Like, you can only have a maximum of 3 people on stage, which for most people would be fine. Some people just talk to you. These monologues. Oh, I can't stand these monologues. Hello, guess what I'm doing? I'm driving around. Just thought I'd say hello. I'm going to the shops. What are you doing? What are you doing today? I can't hear you because I'm talking to you. But oh, there's the comment. Someone's actually having a lollipop at the beach. Good on you. Like Periscope was. Did you ever use Periscope, Mike?
No, I had heard of it, but dude, I was on well, probably around that time I was probably on Discord.
Yeah. Oh, look,
So-
I can't begin to tell you how much I hated Periscope. I can't. There's no words in the English language that can politely explain that. I can say a lot of expletives, but that's not what my style. But I hated that site so much because it just didn't make any sense to me. But a lot of people loved it. Our friend Zakia had 80,000 followers there. Then it went away. Just went away.
Yeah, that's rough when you have that kind of those numbers, and then it just the platform disappears. Keith, I don't know if you've looked, but there's something called Studio now in Substack. So my understanding is it's both live or whatever you want to call video cast or recorded.
Where is that?
Go to
Recording studio. Oh, you can record.
yeah.
Yes. I have
No,
seen-
but you can go live. I thought you could go live from there too.
Yeah, you can. I've got it. I've got that feature. But it says start recording. It doesn't say go live.
I guess they can't go live yet, but I think that to me is sort of where they're headed. And by the way, Keith, that was kind of what I was thinking about doing
No, this is
for my
if
first
you
foray.
if you want to see this, if you've got a Substack account, I'll just tell you how to do it. You go to your Substack account. Let me just do that myself. And you go to the Create tab, and right at the bottom, there's a recording studio button. And it's just a recording. It's a recording studio. It doesn't have a go live feature. And then it brings up all of your friends, and you ask them to come over. And I'll Google this. I don't know how many. I'm guessing it'll be the same thing, 3 people. But recording, this is a very good discussion. And it sort of, we do a lot of this on the show, this either or discussion.
Mm.
Would you prefer to record in advance, be safe, have it fixed up, and send it out when it's ready? Don't underestimate how long that's going to take, but it is very cool. Or would you like to go live and say, look, here we are, this is what you get. We're live now, and that's all there is. Just take it or leave it. And I personally love this sort of take it or leave it thing. I'm here now. I've got the time now. This is what we're doing. And that's all there is. Because I know this for sure, because I've done a lot of these recordings, and they say, have you done this, Mike? Have you ever done a podcast?
I've done a few very short recordings. I have not done it full on.
Yeah, well, they say that for every minute that you hear or see, in this case, it takes 10 minutes of actual editing. And that is,
Keith, is that true now with all the AI tools like Riverside and all these other ones? Because it seems like they can really help clean it up and take all the ums and ahs and all that out.
Yeah. Look, let's have this chat. This is a very good discussion to have. We chatted about software yesterday. I'll bring up that graphic. My gut feeling is you are right, that if we use, say, Treble FM or Riverside.com or any of these other sites, we probably would save a lot of time. But here's the question again. Let's bring it back. Would you rather edit your own stuff, do it all yourself, know that you're in complete control, but you have to do it? Or would you rather pay someone else? I know what I'd like to do.
Well, Keith, being as I know what my pocketbook is, when I get famous and have lots of money, that's a tougher question. And by the way, Keith, I think that's generally true, right? Because number one, I'm gonna have to have something that keeps me out of trouble in retirement. Number two, um, I at least initially, unless like I seem to really just hit it big and make enough that I could bring someone else in, I don't see, at least right now, spending that kind of coin. And again, if either I'm making money doing this or I have another financial situation, then absolutely I would consider it. Because to your point, my jam is not editing. My jam would be creation and creative
Yeah.
and songs and discussion of songwriting and all the tools, maybe some of the tools that you use and such. I would not be wanting that to, because that's dull, and to be honest, that's where I see the value of AI. If AI can do this to a reasonable effect, and I can pay a reasonable amount,
Mm.
yeah.
It's a very good point. It's an extremely good point. Um, because the hack work behind the scenes, you got no idea how hard it is until you've tried to
Mm.
do it. Until you
Or
try to do it, you can imagine how it is, but
oh yeah.
you can't really imagine what it's like until you're trying to do it. And
Well,
AI does maybe solve some of those problems, some,
yeah. Yeah.
but you still got to listen to it to make sure you like it.
Well, and I'm a hopeless, like perfectionist, and you're probably the same. That you'll twiddle and play with it, and you'll never be done with it. Like dude, I've done video, and I'm actually pretty upset because I feel that I need to do video for TikTok and stuff, at least short ones. And I'm just very unhappy with what I'm getting out of the tools at the moment. Anyway, I did something in CapCut, and dude, it was friggin' unbelievably hard. All the stuff, and that's not even like a show type of thing. I mean, you can do shows, I guess, in CapCut, but it was ridiculous. And to your point, I know people that do. I can't remember the tools, but there's professional tools out there for editing. And of course, I'd rather just hand off and say, here's the show. Maybe we have a, I don't know, an hour or half an hour discussion about what I want, and you go do it. Yeah.
Have you ever used a virtual assistant?
No.
Have you- this is a very good discussion. I remember thinking, okay, I need a graphic for my show. Can you create a graphic for my show? How much do you charge? Oh, $6 an hour. $6 an hour. Okay, just go for it. Okay, this is part one after half an hour. Oh, it's not very good. Okay, I get. Can you try this and you try that? And I could took 3 hours of his time to get something that I could have done on Microsoft Designer in about 4 minutes. And
Yep.
I'm thinking, separate to the money, I had to go through the pain of telling him what I wanted, waiting for him to give me an idea, sending back the requirements, waiting for him to do the edit, then finally on the third one saying, okay, well, this is obviously as good as it's going to get. I'll just pay you the $18, but I'm just going to use Microsoft Designer from now on. And for me, it's not about the money, it's about the time.
Yep.
And the torture of trying to explain what's in my brain to someone else.
Well, I've been on the other side of that, Keith. So I was doing web graphics for people, and they wouldn't tell me, like very vague. Okay, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, what do you want? And then I would and then this is the thing, and this was, unfortunately, I was doing a pro bono. Maybe they would have been different if they would have paid. But anyway, I would do two, three, four, five edits. And each edit, and this is back when I was using like Photoshop or whatever, so it's very manual, extremely manual. mean, today I would just put it in. I've been using Imagine, by the way, like this picture that you're saying. I did this in Imagine. I fed the an actual picture of my face, and then I said create a St. Patty's, and I just said I didn't say everything I said with St. Patty's picture with round glasses with green lenses, and that's what it
What
produced.
is Imagine?
Oh, sorry. Imagine's Grok's image, and it can do a little bit short videos too.
Okay,
I
so
don't like the videos so far,
it's
but
a pro feature of X.
no, no, well, okay. There's Grok, right? Grok is X's or um, LLM, and then there's I think a Grok Pro, but I'm not using Grok Pro right now. And so there's something called Imagine, which is like I said, it's actually I don't know. I mean, what it puts out is pretty damn good, actually.
Have, have,
If if
has
if
anyone
you just
ever told you that you use a lot of code? Does
well,
anyone? When you, I have never heard of Imagined. I have.
okay.
So, what is Imagine? Imagine is Grok.
Um,
What is Grok?
Imagine is a tool within Grok to produce pictures and videos,
Yeah.
short ones.
What I'm saying is that you are assuming that everyone's heard of what you're talking about. Let me just play this out. What is Imagine? Imagine is a tool in Grok. What is Grok? Grok is X's AI
LLM. Yep.
right? So you are 3 steps down from wherever most people I know.
I'll try to remember that, Keith. Thanks for the reminder.
But it's very important. Like it's extremely important. You seem to be down in the basement when everyone else is just getting to the lobby. You know,
I will try to remember that.
and to your point, I just woke up when I got your message about Claude, which is another AI tool. And you had typed in, I'm guessing what you said, what typed in was, here's an article that my friend wrote. Can you suggest ways he can improve it for AEO and GEO, the SEO of
Yep.
AI?
Yep.
Now, when I read it, I'm going, oh, look, I've got to really think hard what this is about. So I've got to really think hard. And it was like 6 a.m. I'm thinking, I really don't understand what this is saying. Like, it's not in English. The words seem to be alphabetized in the sense that the words are little short passages of letters in the alphabet that seem to make sense, but I've never heard these words. And I'm thinking, this is code to me. I'm exaggerating to make a point because you've been doing this for 20 years. This is code to me.
But the only reason I did that, Keith, in my defense, is we had just been talking about AEO or GEO, so I kind of assumed that. But I will try to remember, particularly for John Q. Public, that I need to decode things.
The reason I'm asking is you've got to ask yourself, who is your target market? If your target market is other CISOs who know what that means, and they've got friends who are CFOs who talk to the CMO, and the CMO talks to the CEO about going to the server and going to the Bottle and going to Fleo, then you can talk whatever you want with them. But if your target market is someone who works a job in the city, has got 3 kids and a mortgage, and they're going, a CISO, a CMO, Jason, what JavaScript? These are just words to me, Mike. I've never heard these words. I'm just a person in the suburbs. I want a song for my birthday. What are you talking about?
I wouldn't be no. I wouldn't be talking to them about that. That's the other thing, Keith. I'm gonna have a very kind of not regimented, but I'm gonna have a form that people fill out, and that's something I'm working through right now. Is what information do I need out of people? And I didn't tell you this, but I actually met a gentleman that had used another service and paid for it to have a song done for him. And so we actually it was a great discussion, and I did not use acronyms. I was very proud of myself.
Very good. I'm just saying that to help you. If you want to talk to the real world,
Yeah,
you seem to live in a bubble.
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to, what's it called? De-jargonize, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a word, but
Yeah. It's very, very cool. Like it's very, very cool discussion because, and we talk about this stuff all the time, and I'm doing it all day, and I still couldn't understand it. And I'm thinking it's possibly because I was very early, 6 a.m. I just got up, but also a lot of really bullshit words, like just bullshit words. They're not really. They're just made up words. They're not really even in the English language. You don't go up the road and say, "Hey, guess what? I just created some code on JavaScript, and how are you doing? You want a coffee with that?" You know, don't use this, I'm ordering a pizza, and I go, "Hey, just heard it. I just got my JSON going in. I punched it into Claude and Perplexity talking about." And it was Pi Day the other day, so I went to Copilot and I punched this into Grok. And guess what it spat out? Shit. Well, guess what? Okay, why don't you just talk in the English language and I'll be able to understand you?
But Keith, it was S.H.I.T, which stands for. Oh boy, you made me laugh. I needed that.
Yeah. Do you hear a lot of jargon as well? Let's have a bit of fun with this. Do you hear a lot of jargon as well? And do you have a bit of trouble understand what we're all talking about? Because one of the things that we talk about a lot, and we talk about it with real passion and earnestness because we want to help. It's going to be very difficult to live in the world of employment if you don't understand AI.
Yeah.
And maybe the people in AI are making it comprehensively difficult so that you can't understand it. But if you want to understand it, not just use it, but want to understand it, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And I want to understand it. But, I'm just an average guy in the back of his house making a show. I don't have a computer science background. I didn't study this. And it's like, you probably know this, but it's extraordinarily difficult for the average person with real world experiences to understand what's going on. And I think the real power, I think the real opportunity here is for someone to come along and go, "Hey, I'm a real guy. I can help you explain this." And I try to do this in real world. I just wanted to have a bit of a chat about, these things, because sometimes things get so complex that they just sound beyond us. And maybe that's my role in the world. So do you hear a lot of jargon? Do you find that you're always combating acronyms? What I might do, this is a very good place to start this conversation. Do you hear a lot of jargon? I'm going to play a song that I wrote called "This is the New Algorithm," or "What is this new algorithm?" We're going to come back and talk about this. This was done with a site called Suno. If you haven't heard of it before, I punched into Perplexity. I'm saying this on purpose because this. Can you write a song about the new LinkedIn algorithm? Right, and it did. It wrote the words to the LinkedIn algorithm, which is quite cool. Then I punched those words into Suno, which is an AI device to write songs. And this is what it came out with. And it's sort of an 80s dystopian sort of heavy synth model that you probably heard at a disco in about 1982. Have a listen to this.
New algorithm, it's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision, matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true. this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you boast with passion and a purpose, it's gonna find you true. Scatter your thoughts and you'll fade away, but stay in your lane to avoid foul play. It craves clarity and names inside, meaningful content that shines so bright. They switch the system overnight. 1,000 models gone new inside. Won't fix this latest of your find no shortcut flights. What is this new algorithm? It's reading in between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true. What is this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true.
And we're back. We're back from 1982. And I think that song really sums up what's going on at the moment. What is this new algorithm? Oh, man, I can't understand what people are talking about anymore. Why don't they just use English? And I think it's a good discussion. I can visualize putting some of the 80s inspired backgrounds to accompany this song. Very, very cool. And I'd love to hear what you're doing with AI. That's the better photo. I love that photo. So, what is this new algorithm? Are we using it for music? Are we using it for images? Are we using it to write our stuff? Can it make coffee? Does it make petrol cheaper? What do you think? We'll start with Suno. But one of the things I was fascinated by, Mike, and I'd love to hear you explain this. You have done your own version of this where you've asked it to write songs for you or help you write them. How does it do it? Does it do it in bridge, verse, bridge, chorus, rhyming scheme, or does it give you a storyline? How does it help you write songs?
Okay. I had attended over a weekend a storytelling workshop. And I don't know if they gave us a PDF or how I got it, but I got sort of all of the things that you need to have to basically have a story. And then there's things like the emotional arc. There's a timeline arc. So there's all these things that go into writing a story. Well, then I said, well, why can't I just apply that to a song? Because songs are stories too. So then I built I think it was in Perplexity at the time. I built a tool that I could, that it would walk me through the framework. And to your point, like it would say, okay, first verse or maybe even an intro should have this. And then this is what you want to do in the chorus. And then this is what you want to do, so it steps you through the framework. It doesn't write it for you, but it steps you through the framework of writing it. And then maybe even kind of gives you suggestions like hooks and whatnot. And then the same thing actually for the prompt. So when you're writing, the style prompt. So when you're in Suno, there's two pieces to it. There's the lyrics. Now you can have it write the lyrics, but I write all my own lyrics. So there's a place to basically put your lyrics in, and then there's a place to create style, the style of the song, the production of the song. And so again, I went and learned, there's, like slower tempo songs are basically better for more, more of a storytelling, like a country. And then if you're trying to, be a little more upbeat, then you speed up the tempo. It's kind of simple, right? But as you learn these different genres, and then you have to sort of do some investigation, like some of these genres I've never heard of, Keith. So I'm I'm trying to match the genre to whatever the subject or the story, actually the story of the individual is. Like I did one from a guy from Nigeria, and there's a style of Nigerian singing that I used, and then I tried to match the lyrics with the style of singing.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Do you know Shadows, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, she uses what is that really cool place that they do all those graphics now? I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, she has this very very cool strategy where she does an image a day based on a keyword. Right? So
Yeah.
a month
She calls them echoes.
echoes.
They're called echoes.
So a very interesting idea that she says, okay, here's my echo for the day, which she's preconceived a month ago, or she sent, I don't know exactly how she does, but she's got a list of them. So she goes, okay, it's Monday, the 17th of March. I'm going to do this image today. And the image might be gratitude. Right. Very interesting creative process. And then she creates this image based on a word. So she researches what the word means, and then she punches it into Midjourney. And that's how she creates her art. Like, very fascinating. She starts with a word. And it's very interesting that you create your songs this way. As I said, you and I create songs differently. The words are not that important to me. For me, I have to be able to sing the song, and it has to be hooky. And then the music has to make me feel something. I have to dance or rock around or, swing my hips. I'm not really that interested in words because I can't. I'm not a lyric writer. Words are just there to sort of fill the song in.
Mhm.
So
No, Keith, like rock. I'm sorry, but and I'm not dissing rock, but there's a lot of rock songs you can't even, or hip hop or something. Half the time you can't even understand the lyrics, and that's fine if that's if you like that style of music. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm trying to produce something very meaningful to the individual or the group that
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
writing for. So, like for I think I did one for you. I think it's called something about the Sound Man Down Under or something. But anyway, it takes your biography or whatever, or something that I know about you. And in the case of what I'm trying to do, would be I'm going to gather all this information from whoever is hiring me to do it about that individual, and then I'm going to put together lyrics, and or like it could be an anniversary or whatever the case is. And by the way, the guy that I talked to that did that, they did the exact same thing. They had I don't know if it was a call or however they got it, but they did exactly the same thing. It was awesome. So
Oh, very good. Peter in San Cristobal, he said, I use AI to do some graphics, but my world is the written word. So
mm,
the natural question now, this is a very good segue into what you're doing. What do you use to improve your writing? Now, for you, it's writing songs.
well,
What do you use?
it's funny you should mention that. What did I just send you, or did I send it to you?
Claude?
We talked. No, well, yes, Claude, but we talked about what the heck is it called now? I can never remember these things. Um, the the score. Hold on. The Flesh Kincaid score.
Oh, you did. You did a
Yeah,
fucking Cade score.
yeah. I wrote a tool that all this stuff is out there, Keith, and this is what I'm saying. So, but it's different when because I'm writing this project thing. The difference is the project allows you to do it over and over and over again. So all I have to do is pop something Keith wrote in or that I wrote. Now I'm not really doing that with songs because I don't know if I'm that worried about the songs I'm creating are not like. I mean, sometimes on occasion that's not actually true. Someone's asked me to do translations like into Spanish. Now that I did into I forget Claude, I forget which one I used. But for translations I do that. But otherwise I'm the lyrics are mine. But what this does for stuff that you're writing, like blogs and stuff, this will give you, they call it a readability score. And it goes from I'm gonna pull one up. It has if I can find it. There's like I thought I actually did one of yours, but there's a score. So easy is from the score out of 100, I guess, of 60 to 70. I gotta find a better.
You did tell me something today, and I was interested in this because it didn't have a number. It was so difficult to read, like really difficult to read. And it said, okay, structure, scannability, answer readiness, semantic clarity. Semantic clarity. I mean, what?
No. Okay, that was the AEO thing, and it did give you a score, I thought. Here.
It's about the Fleisch Kincaid score.
No, I did. Okay, it couldn't fetch it, which I thought was interesting. So it gave you a score of 33. Which one was this? Oh no, sorry, that's not yours. It does give you a score out of 100, just like Richards does.
Yeah, this is very cool.
Oh, here I did one on your article on working from home, and
Yep.
what did it score you? And then you can take that score and rewrite it. So what it gave you a 45 out of 100 for readability, and then it rewrote it, and so like it wants it's very specific, Keith, on like it wants you to have a wait, what is this? This is AEO, sorry. They gave you an AEO score, 45 out of 100 for your one for working from home. And one of the things is it wants you to have your author name, your credentials, a published date, and all this stuff. There's something very specific for the LLMs want to see, and it basically can help you rewrite it to do that. It's very similar. It's kind of like what Keith does, or Richard does, but this actually does the rewrite for you.
Yeah. Now let's pick up on this. This is very, 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 very important. So, if I'm not a very good writer, so if I wanted to improve my writing because I've got something I want to say, but I don't know how to say it, I found something here. The readability score will give you a score out of 100.
Yep.
And say, okay, well, this is what you need to do to improve, right? And it gives you it's actually not out of 100, it's out of 18. And if it's the lower the score, the better it is. Hurrah! You want to make it so it's the average middle school person, say Harry Potter. Right? So like a Harry Potter movie or a book. So this is very important because Peter was saying, look, this is a very good question. How do I do to improve my writing? I use the dictionaries and the thesaurus, and I look for old editions of English grammar. But there's AI tools for this now. This is not cheating. Like, time is finite. There's only one of me. I don't want to be spending 3 hours rewriting something when AI can do it in 10 minutes. Is it cheating? Do you think it's cheating, Mike?
No. Well, because Keith, what would I do otherwise? I would hand it to an editor if this was in business. We had, this is years ago, Keith. I had to write a 200-page um report or whatever on and it was 200 pages. We had a member of the team. Their job was to do editing, to take it and rewrite it for tone and readability. I mean, what we're talking about here, but because we would get deep into the tech, and particularly stuff that was maybe directed more at the higher levels, like the leadership. They don't want all the tech. So at least if we had like a executive overview or something, that had to be in fifth grade English. And I'm being a little facetious, but and it's exactly what we're talking about here. So, and I'm not, hopefully I'm not insulting anyone, but at least the way I thought this was scored, the higher the score, the lower the reading comprehension, and then the lower the score,
But
like for college level, it's 30 to 49, and then for graduate level, and that's labeled difficult. For graduate level, it's 0 to 29. So anyway, it doesn't matter what the score is. But the important point is, yes, I mean, I didn't really think a lot about this, Keith, and you're really kind of opening up my eyes to the fact that I probably need to write to so sound arrogant, but to a lower comprehension standard.
I mean, you specifically need this. Like, I mean, I don't know if anyone else has told you. We're good enough friends for me to tell you, but you speak in code. You speak a different language to the rest of us, and I have to debrief you. I have to decode you.
You should see how I write, dude. When I'm like doing a brain dump, it's bad. So yes, I do need a tool like this, in all seriousness, Keith. And I've done it before, like with you can ask them to, to be frank with you, you could put, like, let's say I just wrote whatever. You can clean it up, so just grammatically and thought wise, so you sort of do a brain dump, right? Which is very good ideas to just get it out on paper. And then you can say, help me organize this properly. And you're not cheating, in my opinion, because again, I just would have handed this off to an editor or someone that can, because Keith, I'm horrible at seeing mistakes or like, to your point, all of my confusion or confusing words. I'll just read it and I'm like, I assume everyone else can.
Yeah.
So
Did you,
I need someone or another tool to
have
help me.
you ever heard of a site called Yoast?
I've heard of Yoast before. I'm forgetting doesn't that stand for something?
No, the actual, it's not an acronym, it's a site.
Oh.
It is the coolest site, like the coolest site for SEO, and I'll tell you why. It has a traffic light system, right? So it's very visual. Okay, this is not bad, Keith, but you're scoring red on readability and you're scoring yellow on findability. So you've got a lot of work to do. But here's a couple of things you can try. I want you to stop using passive language and start using more active language. The dog crossed the road. It said to me that the dog might consider, if the situation was right, that he might cross the road, maybe. Right? I don't know if that resonates for you, Mike, but the dog crossed the road. Active language, I get it. It has been said on occasion that the dog might have the disposition to cross the road, perhaps, if the enticement was indeed sufficient.
That's kind of how I write.
That's passive language.
Yeah.
So what Yoast does, this is so good. Like, I really recommend this site. It's a plugin for WordPress. I don't think it works with Substack yet, but it's a plugin for WordPress. And what it does, it gives you two scores. It gives you a readability score and a findability score. Like, if someone was looking for this article based on what you've written, could they find it? SEO. And based on readability, if they did find it, would they want to read it? Who's this dog you keep talking about? And why does he need a treat to cross the road? Just go. Right? I'm often saying this to you. Just go, mate. Why do you need to explain it in such a roundabout way? Come on, just do it.
Now, do they have an AEO version? Because it says SEO.
Yeah, they might. I mean, it would be very interesting. I don't know the people there, but I use it. It's a WordPress plugin. I use I've got a WordPress blog, but I don't use it anymore because Substack is so much better.
Yeah, the issue with WordPress that I had was all the plugins and trying to keep up all the plugins and blah 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 blah. It's just what was easy is not any easier. It's not easy anymore. Now, dude, they have like Wix and stuff that's AI based, and you just type in like an English sentence, and it goes and does whatever you want. It's all the stuff that used to sweat over is gone. It's all AI now.
Well, I want to play a game. Let's play this game of the virtual assistant telling me what I want to do. I'm going to type into Bing images, and we can try this with whatever tool you use. We can try this ourselves. I'm going to type into Bing traffic lights on a laptop because the Yoast system works on a traffic light system. When it's green, you're good to go. When it's yellow, you can do better. And when it's red, stop. It's really shit. Like, stop. Just you've got a lot of work to do. Stop. Just rethink it. And it's very poignant because it's visual. You don't have to read all this. Well, I want you to do this, and I want you to do that. And you've got alt text and schema and JSON. And you've got no idea what they're talking about. Red. Stop. It's not good. Bingo. In your face. I want you to stop. This is shit. Stop. Don't publish this. It's not any good for SEO. So I'm going to try, while we're talking, traffic lights on a laptop. Let's try the various AI image models and see what we can come up with. We'll do it in 16:9 if you want. We'll put it on the screen. You can send it to me. What image site do you use? And let's see if we can do this. Traffic lights on a laptop.
I use so many it's not even funny, but I just tried Imagine, which we talked about, which is Grox, and I'm gonna download this. I'll copy it, and I'm gonna send it to you on Facebook if I can. See.
To the group. Send it to the group.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying it now.
We have a little community of people. None of them are here now, but we usually get together once a week and say, "Hey, what are you doing?" So, Peter, if you want to try that, try your tool, traffic lights on a laptop. See what you get. I'm having a bit of trouble signing in. It's not working for me today, so I'll come back to that. But I could. This is very, very cool. Like, this is extremely cool. In Substack, I don't know if you know this, Mike. This is an extremely cool hack. Inside of Substack, and indeed Go Brunch, there we are. It's traffic lights on a laptop. I get it. That's very simple, isn't it? That's grok, isn't it? I'll download that and I'll play it out. Does it save? It saves as a PNG, so that's good. I'll do this. Now, if I saw this and I saw a red light, I would know, okay, that's not very good. What do I need to do? Here's 3 things you can do. When you're ready, just try these 3 things. And you try it, you do it again. Guess what? You got to yellow. Oh, I'm improving. This is what you need to do to get to green. It's a game, right? And I get it. I totally get it. So my gut feeling is that Yoast and these other sites will eventually come to the AEO party. But I'm a very visual person, and I don't like words. I'm probably dyslexic, to be honest. Words don't make sense to me. I see them. I see the words. I can read them out, but my brain doesn't compute what they actually mean. And that might be just an age thing, I guess. But very, very cool. So I'm trying to type and talk at the same time. Are you trying other sites as well?
Yeah, I need to. I tried to give it some guidance and it didn't work, so I have to redo it.
So with these tools, and Peter's being very open here, he says, "Look, I don't trust these tools. I'm going to read a book about grammar," and that's great. I mean, that is a great idea. But Jesus, it's 2026. Do you really want to be borrowing a book from the library in 2026 about how to do grammar? You can do it on Perplexity or AI. I really want to hear from you on this, Peter. Why do you have such an aversion to it? It's there to be used. Nothing wrong with that. I'm fascinated. This is something that's very common with writers. They want to do the old school stuff. What do you think? Why do you think, Mike, that people won't embrace AI and just they don't trust it? What do you think?
I think they're worried about what are those companies doing with my information? Because when you put a chat prompt in, yeah, depending on you also have to be careful about what kind of information. I wouldn't be putting any detailed medical information or anything like that. I'm very aware of what I'm putting into these. So you just have to be careful. But once you're doing that, you know, I mean, whether you realize it or not, Keith, if you're using Android and you're using search, like Google, it uses Gemini now by default, or the whatever whenever they updated it, it's using Gemini, and I don't even know if you can turn it off. So, I mean, if you're worried about your data, I get it. I was in cybersecurity, but I'm sorry, your data is already out there to some degree. Yes, you should be trying to protect it as best you can. But if that's your concern, I don't know what to tell you. If you're totally off the grid underground, not using electricity or anything else and electronics, then good on you. But if you're in our century and trying to do things for the rest of us, then there's a certain amount of whatever that you're gonna have to deal with. And I'm trying to find you again so I can cut this other. Here's the other one.
Yeah, I'm actually very fascinated by this because I'm not totally convinced the "you're using it anyway" argument is valid. If I go and pay for my petrol and they're using AI to pay for my petrol, I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a shit. When I'm paying for petrol and I need petrol. And if they want to use AI behind the scenes, that's up to them. I'm not active in that process. I'm just paying for petrol. But if I decide I want to learn Grok, then that's a different discussion. I've got to learn it. I've got to consciously decide to learn it. And that's, I think, the discussion we're having. Just because it's being used doesn't mean we have to do it.
No, I don't know if I'm saying that. What I'm saying, Keith, is you may not even realize, like Copilot. Copilot's built into 360 now. So you may not even know that, and you're just saying, it'll say, "Do you want help?" Sometimes, hopefully, they're saying AI, but sometimes it may or may not say. So
No, it's very important. I think actually the point there is that if you don't want to use it, you might find that you are using it,
mm,
but you're not consciously using it. Like as you mentioned, Grammarly and spell check. Well, these are AI
yep,
tools, aren't they? They are.
yep.
Spell check.
Or they were precursors, certainly there was an algorithm or something. There was something behind the scenes on spell check and grammar check. And then there was Grammarly. A lot of people may or may not know they're using Grammarly, but if they're using Grammarly, that's an algorithm. Was it AI? No. Is it an LLM? No. It's still, you don't know what's being done with that data. You're plugging it in, and off it goes into the cloud.
Saying hello, is it clear? Zakia, this is such a fascinating question. The question we've asked is, do you use Yoast for your SEO? Will Yoast update to the 21st century and use AEO? And how does it compare to Richard's new tool, which is AEO and GEO specific? And what we did for fun while we were talking about this is we typed into our tool traffic light on a laptop. This one was done by Mike using, did you say Grok?
Yes, that one was Grok. One of many. That's the other thing. It literally generates like, I don't know, 20.
Mm.
And you pick the one that you like the most. I just picked the first one.
We talk a lot about this, Peter, on this show, that, you know, it's important to do what you feel is right for you, and that you may find in 2026 that it's possible to live in the world without consciously using AI, but it's going to get increasingly difficult to do that. Mike's argument is that we're using it already, so why not just embrace it? But I don't know if that's a sufficient argument. I think if we want to use it, we can. The actual information is there, but we don't have to. And if you want a job in any sort of modern city, I think you'd find it very, very difficult to get a job if you didn't understand AI.
Well, that was my next comment, Keith. If it's between you that are AI literate and are using AI to do whatever, and the next guy that isn't, the chances are he may or may not get the job, because it's just, there's an expectation that you have.
We lost Mike. So look, there's no right or wrong answer. We're not forcing anyone to embrace AI. I think it's a cool idea. I use it every day, and I'd love to hear what Zakia says about that. I'll send you a link in a minute, Zakia. But Peter says, look, I'm a bit of a dinosaur in the modern world. And despite not being that old, I sort of feel a bit like a dinosaur, and I get it too, because Mike sends me all this stuff, and I honestly don't know what he's talking about. And I think Mike's challenge is that he needs to dumb down his language for the average person, you and me, the people that say, mate, I get what you're talking about, but why don't you just say it in English? You know, it's a code, it's a language, it's a different language.
Well, in all fairness, Keith, when you're in tech, for instance, when you're in tech, and you're not having to deal with the general public or people that are not proficient, you develop a shortcut. You develop a lexicon. You develop a language that's full of these things. And people know what a VPN is. People know blah, 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 blah. They know all of these acronyms because you deal with them every day. So you're right. And to your point, though, I have had to do, to deal with business people that are not in the know. And when I'm in front of them, I can usually remember, okay, I have to speak in, a different vocabulary.
And maybe that's my role. Maybe that's my role here, because I'm having trouble and I'm doing it all day. Imagine the average person on the street never heard this language. I mean, I actually think it's almost like a conspiracy, like to say, look, we don't really want real people to know this. We're just going to make up a whole language and we're just going to keep it to ourselves. And we're going to talk as if everyone knows, and we're just going to make them feel stupid. I reckon it's a conspiracy. These tech guys get together on a Friday night and says, let's make up a whole lexicon of language and sort of use the alphabet, but just make up these bullshit words. Just make up these bullshit words that sort of sound all right if you're hearing them from afar, but then actually go up to the general public at the pub and go, guess what? I just used my JSON to do my JavaScript on my Grok. And then I went to X, and then I went over to Claude, and then Perplexity talked to Pi, and Pi was talked to Copilot, and then Copilot went all the way over to Savannah Bay because we were going to AEO and GEO because SEO is no longer any good. What do you think of that? Mate, can you just shut up? The football's on. Watching the football, man. What are you guys talking about?
Have a pint and sit down and shut up.
That's what it sounds like to me, Mike, when you talk.
That's good to know. Okay, let's have a pint. Get over here so we can sit down and have a pint. I think that's what we need to do.
And and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but is that what it sounds like to you too when people talk in this techie language? I reckon they've just made it up. It almost sounds like a good drinking game. Grok. Okay, the pint, grok. You know, words in the English language mean things. Dog is this fluffy little thing with four legs. Doesn't have to be fluffy. Doesn't always have 4 legs, but people know what a dog is. An apple is this red round thing you can put in your mouth. Apple, right? It's a word. You learn that in 3rd class, maybe kindergarten. You know, we have to talk to people like they're in kindergarten. Actually, it'd be very interesting to go to a 3-year-old and go, guess what? I know you've just pooed your pants, but I just made a traffic light laptop thing on Grok, and I sent it over to Canva, and we fixed it up and went to B Function. Really good, because then Yoast took it and made SEO out of the AEO and turned it into GEO. And then I talked to my friend Richard in San Paulo, and he made it into a laptop on a traffic light on a table. We made a blog out of that, put it on Substack and on YouTube and LinkedIn. And guess what? I know you still pooed your pants, but I thought you'd understand that. How old are you?
Keith, you better watch it because they might.
I think they would.
They're going, okay, Pops, what are you doing? What don't you understand?
Second image, 3-year-old talking to an old guy. Guess what, Pop? I just made this up. I've created an app where kids who've pooed their pants can go home silent without telling the girls. Right? I don't want to tell my girlfriend, who's 3, that I pooed my nappy. So I'm just going to slip out the back door. I found an app for that. A little way I can ring my mum to get her to pick me up and silently sneak out without telling people that I pooed my nappy. I reckon that'd take off. Well, 3-year-olds don't have any money, or do they? They've probably got Bitcoin. Maybe they got Ethereum. This 3-year-old's ruling the world. Mum, can you come and pick me up? I pooed my nappy. I'll give you 3 Bitcoins. Oh, you don't have to give me any money, honey. I'm your mum. No, Mum, this is a transaction. I'm joking to make a point because acronyms, they piss me off. When I can't explain how angry I get when people talk in acronym language. It just pisses me off, Mike. You know, talk English. Just talk English. And maybe that's my role in the world. Explain it like I'm a 5-year-old. Anyway, we're up. But try this: a kid in a nappy talking to an old guy, because that's how I feel. Just an old guy who's nothing. Don't know what we're talking about. So I'd love to have some more people on the call. I'm sending it around. Hopefully you can join us. What we've done here is traffic light on a laptop, and we're trying the various image generation tools. I'd love you to play that game with us. America is here. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't see you there. Oh, did I just make all that shit up, or do you sometimes feel like the world is just a whole lot of code? What do you think in America? We got you there?
Yeah, you have me here. You just dropped the DL. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I had to throw in an acronym there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite comical listening to you going through that acronym rendition.
I mean, do you feel that too, or am I just the only stupid one? Like, I mean, the world's just gone crazy. The whole world's an acronym.
Well, I got to tell you, I think having spent so many years in an environment filled with acronyms, it kind of just becomes second nature to me. The industry in which I spent most of my career was riddled with acronyms. And the supporting teams around it, our tech teams, our marketing teams, like everyone had acronyms. And so it doesn't really faze me as much, but I can understand the frustration. You know, not everyone understands the acronym. And now, because there's so many, they take on different meanings because there's only so many letters in the alphabet. And you start throwing acronyms, they mean different things to different professionals in different industries, and people start mixing things up.
Yeah, it's so funny. Jason, as a teacher of young kids, do you have to deal with all of these acronyms? And they don't even speak English anymore. What are you thinking? Mate, they talk in their own language. Everything's got 3 letters. Great. LOL. RLOF. You know?
Well, I teach high school, so most of them are just asleep.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
No. Yeah, like at the start of every year there's new slang. And because I'm on social media for what my side gig is, I knew about the things like 6-7 was really big with the grade 9 kids. So you had to be careful not to say 6-7. Or the whole class would be like 6-7, and then other teachers weren't ready for that in September and didn't know what was going on.
Well,
But then all of a sudden, when January rolled around, the kids were like, "No, that's stupid. Nobody says that anymore." So it's like they just moved on from the thing they were saying all the time.
what did that mean?
I have no idea. I don't think they did either. I think it was just a funny thing.
Okay, no worries. We've been jumping around a bit. What we've talked about, and I'm very interested in if you use this. We've created a little game today of traffic lights on a laptop. And Mike, what is this image? This is a great image. What did you use here?
Hold on. That one was ChatGPT.
Okay. So this is ChatGPT, and the prompt was traffic light on a laptop.
Yep.
The other one was Grok, another AI. Not as good. Like I'm nowhere near as good at. Look, this is good. This is a great image. This is a fantastic image. Sharp, clear. Understand it straight away. Looks great. I had to crop the other one. So we're talking about acronyms, and we're talking about one of the things we started with, and let's get back to the beginning. Can working from home make you more productive? I love this discussion. What do you think, Jason? Do you sometimes have to work from home as a teacher?
I try not to. I'll go in on the weekend or stay late. Myself, I'm more productive when I'm in my classroom. But like my classroom after school and on the weekend is like silent, right? It's not like there's a hustle and bustle or anything like that. So I find it's way more productive to get stuff done there, and then I'm more inclined to not get distracted if that's what I'm doing. So I know some of my colleagues take home stuff to mark because they do not want to come back into the school on the weekend. But I found in my career I go in every Sunday to mark and prep for the next week. So that's just what I do, and that's just part of my life.
I love this discussion because what I'm excited to mention is that in Australia, actually in Victoria, this very small state right down the bottom, we have a new law starting on the 1st of September that if you can reasonably work from home, you must be allowed to do that twice a week. Like COVID hit us very hard, and people saying, I'm not going back. People have left jobs when they're forced to go back. People have left jobs. I don't care what you say, mate. I'm not going back. I've been working from home for 2 years and I love it. What about 3 days a week? Oh, okay, 3 days. I get you. I do like the job and you're paying me well, so I can do 3 days. But I'm not doing 5 days. No way, I'll leave. So now from the 1st of September in Victoria, it's law that if you can actually work from home, you can do it. Obviously, a science teacher in a Bunsen burner lab experiment couldn't work from home unless you had a big shed. So that probably wouldn't work for teachers, or would it? Could teachers work from home?
Well, after COVID, there were some kids didn't want to come back to the classroom because we were all teaching from home, right? My school was still open, so I went into my school to teach online when the whole world shut down during COVID. That was there was a couple reasons I did that. I could still do science demos for the kids who were watching from home, and I couldn't do that in my house, obviously. And the bandwidth at my house, because my wife is a teacher, wasn't enough for all of us to use the internet all the time. So after COVID, some kids didn't really want to come back into the classroom. So there was a small percentage of teachers were shifted to online teaching.
Oh wow!
Um, yeah, but that's faded pretty much to almost zero. So it's like there's still some kids who prefer to learn online, so from home, and there's still demand for that, but 99% of everything's back in the classroom.
Yeah, and you've got a unique position there as a teacher, because I keep hearing about this homeschooling idea, right? And I can't myself get my head around homeschooling. But do you think it works? Do you know people that are teaching their kids themselves from home, and is that as good as a real school? Big topic. Very
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't think it's controversial at all. I think like that's your choice as a parent. Um, and like if you're going to be keeping up with the curriculum, and the two big ones are making sure your kids can read and making sure your kids can do math. As long as they're reading books and you're teaching them to write and read as a homeschooling parent, um, everything else comes easily. And especially like there's some huge advantages that homeschooling parents have because those kids get way more outside time, like being a kid. That depending on where your child goes to school, they lose that in elementary school. I think there is a bit of a fall off and some problems as the kids get older. If the parent doesn't have the content knowledge, then they can sometimes struggle as a homeschool teacher. Because there's no way I could teach high school social studies and English at the expertise that my colleagues do.
Yeah.
Right. So I could definitely teach and I have I've taught my sons high school chemistry and physics and biology when they needed help. But like if they're like, hey, can you help me with this English paper about Hamlet? I'm like, good luck. I have no idea. Like, I hope you don't fail.
But you couldn't teach them Shakespeare or advanced reading.
Well, I think I could. I don't think I would do as good a job as a teacher who's trained to do it, though.
Yeah.
Right?
And
Like, I think, yeah, and even that goes for the elementary school teachers. Like, if your child has a learning disability, you may not have the content knowledge on how to appropriately teach reading and mathematics as a teacher unless you do a bunch of research yourself or are trained yourself. So for most homeschool teachers, they do most homeschool parents actually do a really good job. We get those kids and I get a lot of those kids in high school later on where the parent they're just like, yep, that's where I can go with my content knowledge. And now the kid needs to go to school. And they're a little awkward for the first bit because the kids haven't been in the classroom. But they adjust really fast and by and large, they're great kids. They're just fine.
this
Yep.
is a very important point. Such an important point. Peter, who's in San Cristobal, Mexico. Like, I love this. I love how global our show is. Peter is saying, look, homeschool is huge in our area because the schools aren't very good. And more importantly, not very well funded. So there's clearly a need for them, and it's a very big thing here as well. But Americo, I want you to jump in and tell us what you've been doing. We've covered a lot of ground, and I want to pick up on what you're doing because you're interviewing Mike, for instance, tomorrow, and that's a very good place to start the conversation. But pick up where we've been talking because we've covered a lot of ground, and I might even do a bit of a rewind in a minute. What do you think in America? I've got a special sound for that.
We're interviewing Mike on Thursday, so just for some clarity.
Oh, that's right. It's Thursday.
So
what are you thinking? We've covered a lot of ground. Do you think you can be as productive at home as you were in the workplace? Have you ever had that discussion with your colleagues?
I've had that discussion from both sides of the table. I've been a people leader and can see the argument both ways. Are there distractions at home? Absolutely. Do people find the discipline to separate themselves from those distractions? Some do better than others, but I've had circumstances where I've had to question what the background noise is, and I've had people cooking through meetings and doing laundry and vacuuming. It's like it isn't designed for every role, and it can't effectively be done no matter how much you want to help someone work from home. Here, it's funny how the government has protected the workers' right to work from home a couple of days.
Did we lose you?
The provincial governments, the regional governments have legislated their government employees back. They've mandated a 5-day return to work, a mandate to set the example to help corporations who have been struggling to get their employees back to work. It has really caused a bottleneck and decimated a lot of local businesses because you lose your lunch crowd if you're a restaurateur. You lose, if you're running a little sundry shop and you want to sell your gadgets or your sundries or whatever it is that you're selling, and people aren't coming out because they're working from home. They're just buying local. They're not coming into town and buying from the businesses in the bigger metropolitan areas. Businesses were shutting down, and so we had to take reverse action to kind of revitalize the economic engine.
Yeah, it's definitely got two sides. It's very, 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 very cool. Peter has been very diligently creating a very, very good side project here with all of the comments. And what we're doing today really highlights what this format is. So Peter is in San Cristobal, Mexico, commenting on YouTube, and I can add those to the show, and that can make a lot of sort of new dynamism. One of the questions we asked throughout the course of the show is, when it comes to creating content, does working from home make you feel more creative? If the goal is creativity and human happiness, which to me is both the same thing, if the goal is to keep people happy, does working from home make you feel more creative? And the context that I'm asking that question is, if you had a studio at home where you knew how to work everything and you'd worked it out and you could afford it, would that be preferable to going to a place where everything was set up and you just paid a monthly fee or an annual fee or an hourly rate to jump in and use their tech? What do you think, Americo? You and I both love tech. Do you feel more creative at home, or could you see the point of having a studio where you just went and talked and had your guest in and went home?
See, I prefer the hybrid option. I want to be able to have the option to step away, opposed to being confined to my my home or my domicile. Because there are days where I thought I'd go stir crazy because you roll out of bed and guess what? You're at work and you haven't left the house. And then the hygiene becomes a question. It's like, all right, I don't really need to brush my teeth. No one's going to see me. And it starts to take a toll, and you start making harsh decisions that you wouldn't do otherwise. So I would say from a mental health perspective, a hybrid is ideal. So what Australia is doing, 2 days at home, 3 days in the office, it's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think this is good because you and I both love tech, and everyone here has got a lot of tech. And in Australia, I don't know if this is common anywhere else, but you can go to a place and sit in a room and everything's set out, and there's just an hourly rate, say $200. You sit in a room, there's a Rodecaster, there's a pod mic, there's a comfy chair, there's a boom arm, there's 4 of the mics, there's a big table. You just turn up, talk, go home. They send you the file. And they just charge you $200 an hour for their labor. Now, I know a lot of people that do this, a lot. And I know a lot of people that just go to the room to take the photos of them sitting in front of a Rodecaster. So they get this perception that they've got this really massive studio in their house. And how clever am I? And I get it because I've had to buy all this tech myself and I've had to use it and work it out. What do you think, Jason? Could you imagine a life where you went into the studio to record, or is that just impractical given that you have so many irons in the fire? It's pretty impractical, isn't it?
Well, I've figured out the tech kind of like you. Oh, we got some dogs talking here. So, no, I mean, like if I was fabulously wealthy, sure, yeah, I'd love to just go into a podcast room and have somebody do it all for me, but I'm not there yet. So I've got the tech in my basement, and I put up some soundproof panels, and I think my sound sounds pretty good on my podcast.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, and I think it's a very good question. Is the point the money, or is it the convenience? Like, I love that I'm doing this show from my house. If I didn't, I would have to get in the car, drive through traffic. Melbourne has 6 million people. I'd have to find a park or find somewhere that's near a station. I'd have to take some of my gear. The guests would have to meet me there, and we would have to sit in a room and do the recording, and then they'd have to send me the file. That to me is actually a detriment to me. I would much prefer, because I can do it, I would much prefer push record. We're going live on YouTube, Substack, and LinkedIn. I'm creating the graphics using Bing. I get the replay on YouTube. I write a blog on Substack. The LinkedIn thing seems to still be working for now. I can't imagine outsourcing all of this because I've done it for such a long time. I would feel lost if there'd be nothing for me to do. So it's not money. But I think you're right. I think you're right, Jason. Probably if you had the money, you'd ship some of this out because it is a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I listened to, I don't know if you're familiar with, he's a comedian named Conan O'Brien. He has he's got a podcast called Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend. And he's got he just shows up, I'm sure, and talks, and he's very funny, and he's got great funny people around him, but he doesn't do a lick of work beyond being himself. Like, he just shows up, he talks, and he pieces out, and his team edits it. He's got I think 2 sound people. You know, I mean, that's a huge amount of work off of his back. I am definitely not Conan O'Brien, so I have to do it all myself.
But you don't have an aversion to the model.
Oh no, I'd do it in a second if I had the money. Sure, yeah,
Gary Vee.
absolutely.
I mean, look at how much content Gary Vee. This is a very good segue. Gary Vee turns up, talks. He's pretty good. Someone records it. They do the editing. They put it out. He's got 16 snippets of stuff going out like all the time. You'd think he got about 8 people following him. I can see the point. If you're out and about all day, you don't want to have to go home and go, when did I say that? That's right. At the 7th minute, I spoke really well about the 7th minute. Let's find that bit and let's record that and let's put it on YouTube. Well, that's an hour of my time gone. I could be sleeping. I could be at the ball game. I could be at the pub. I could be talking to more people. I get it. I totally get it. And he has a team. I'm going to watch that. Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend. Yeah. Just turns up to talk. I totally get it. And that's just purely a money thing. But I think I think there's this enormous joy of doing everything myself. I can't explain it. I can't explain how this feels to me. This is who I am. But I am this entity, the one that sits behind a mic and talks to everyone and goes to 3 places at once and does all the backstory. That's who I am. I'm not just someone that talks and gets someone else to do it. Although, if you know someone who will mow my lawn, I'm very happy to talk to them. I hate doing that, and I have a fight with wifey every second weekend about this. But I desperately want to pay someone to do my lawn. I get it. I don't want to do it. It looks all right when I do it, but I don't want to do it. So that's what we're talking about. And do you think that would make you more creative, Jason, if you turned up and just talked and didn't have to worry about any of the tech? Would that make you more creative as a person? Do you think your content would be better or different? I love. Let's have that discussion. You jump in here, Mike. What do you think? Do you think?
Sorry,
You go. What do you think? You lost the signal?
yeah, I think I think my battery's dying. So just real quick before it dies, I would say yes, I would be more creative because I would have more time to focus on polishing research for the podcast and getting better guests. Or maybe I'd have a team of people getting guests. So yeah, your content goes up. Your creativity goes up when the little things you don't have to worry about as much.
No,
But I think my battery's gonna die, Keith. Have a great night.
I really appreciate your time. Let's keep it moving. What do you think, Mike? Do you think your creativity would go up if you had the money to pay someone else to do it for you? What do you think? Fair comment. What about you, Americo? If you could get someone else to do this stuff for you, do you think your show would be better, or do you love doing it? I'm really interested in this.
Okay, here's my thought on the whole creative side. We there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yep.
All right. So, as a creative, we find, or at least I find it difficult to get someone to get in my head and understand what I'm envisioning and what I'm planning. And it's a struggle for me because I'll try to articulate something because I have an image of what the finished product will look like, and I'll try to explain it. And when someone's listening to how I'm articulating or breaking it down, if I were to ask, let's both draw or write down what we envision this look like, it looks different and it's understood differently, which is why it's important to not relinquish or farm off and outsource any of the ideas, because you might find yourself spending more time, effort, and energy redoing things or getting someone to understand your thoughts as a creative, because they may never get it the way you expect it to look like.
I so get that. Like, I mean, you worked with me yesterday. This is a very cool thing. I wrote songs in my bedroom and recorded them on a 4-track in the 90s. And I did that. But imagine if I tried to say to a person, look, here's the idea. Can you do a bass line to that? Yeah, I can. It would sound better, and I did do this. I had to pay someone to do this. But the idea of doing things yourself, if you're up for it, is indescribable. Like, I mean, as a creative, imagine trying to explain the idea of a song you've got in your head when you know you can do it yourself. If you can't do it yourself, fair enough. Like, I've played in many bands when the singer said, look, I got to be honest, Keith, I can't play guitar. I don't actually understand music. I can sing what you give me, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what key it's in. I don't know what scale you use, and don't ask me. I don't know. And believe me, I wish I knew, because I want to be able to talk to you in your language. But all I know is if it sounds good and I can sing the words, everyone wins. All right, I get it. Thanks for being honest. They just have no musical ability. That's not the right word. They have no instrumental ability. So trying to explain to them how to play an A minor chord against a C major and what that means and how that would sound, it's impossible to explain because they don't have the language. Better off just do it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the reason I'm fascinated by this discussion is, I see people going into the city and paying $200 an hour to sit in a room and get everyone to do the work. And sure, the images look great, and it does look professional, but I don't know. I don't know. I just think we lose something doing that. I don't know, because I've never done it, and maybe it would have changed the way I view the world if I could just turn up, sit in a chair, and there's really funky guests next to me, and we were just asking questions and bantering. That would be a different show, wouldn't it? It'd be a different reality. It wouldn't be the same show, because your shows that you do every week now are great, and they've got a certain flavor. And for those that don't know, you're interviewing Mike tomorrow. On Thursday, can you tell me about that? Tell me how that show's going to flow, and you've had to change your hours around a bit, haven't you?
Well, we changed the hours around a bit because I have, I guess, competing priorities now. I'm moderating a few events and gigs that require some evening hours, and hopefully things will kind of fall back into place over the coming weeks. But yeah, we're hosting a live audio event. Haven't done a audio event on the 3 platforms in quite some time, so I'm looking forward to having that conversation. And we're going to spotlight Mike and what Mike is doing since his pivot from IT to his musical lyric writing and songwriting. We're going to try to put something really nice together so that we can not only have a wonderful conversation live, meet our community members where they're at live, but also create some wonderful assets so that he can lean into them and hopefully come up with something that we can repurpose to keep the legacy going and help them build some momentum.
What are you doing? Because you've got 3 tiers now. You teach people to do it with your school. You do it with people like you are the host, and you offer them to be the guest. And now you are reaching a new level where you're suddenly sitting behind the chair and you're doing it for people, not being on the screen at all. You've covered all bases now, and it's starting to come to play, isn't it?
It's starting to come together really nicely. I like where I'm at. Of course, I would always like to, similar to other people who set goals for themselves, you always want to reach something quicker, sooner, and hoping that it's better than it was yesterday. And it'll continue to evolve. I'm trying to shop for some new tech so that I have dedicated tech that runs purely just for my lives, so that I'm not competing with inferior tech. Like my laptop, I think, is great, but it may have reached its capacity. So,
Let's pick up on this. What are we doing now? We're through 2.5 hours in. This is a very interesting discussion, because you're right at a choice point now of saying, look, I need to upgrade tech. And to Peter's point, in San Cristobal, I could go to a studio for $200 an hour and I'd do everything. But $200 an hour, that's a lot of money. But your computer upgrade might cost $2,000. I don't know. It might cost a lot of money. So there's 10 hours of actual production time, but then you've got to learn it, put it together. I'm always fascinated by this idea of do it yourself versus pay someone else, because if it's pure money, someone else does the work. But I don't think a studio would really work for lives. Do you? I can't see it working for a live discussion, or not. Do you think you could go to a studio and have them do it all and then go to several places at once?
Well, if you're booking a studio, you're doing it purely for aesthetics. You show up along with your guest or your panel, and you sit down in a studio environment. It is a treated room. You know you're going to get good sound, and you host the interview, you host the conversation no differently, with the exception that you're in a rented environment that has been treated exactly for a live or even a podcast. So it can be done. It is, of course, more costly. But if aesthetics is important, then that's the price of doing business, I guess.
Yeah, it is the price of doing business. That's true. And we know for sure that people, I want to share this story. I don't know if this happens to you, but it happens to me almost every day, which is a good thing. Someone will say, Keith, I want to put your face on the front page of our magazine. I've been tracking you. You're a pretty cool dude. Can we interview you and put you on the front page of our magazine? We're going to print 18,000 copies and it'll go to every dentist in America. Okay, no worries. I'm just exaggerating to make a point. Now that will cost you $2,000 and you'll get a copy of it and plus a JPEG of the front page so you can put it on your socials. When you see these socials with this, just remember that's what they're doing. Here I am, the front page of a newsletter. Isn't it cool? Look at me. Look at me. Right? It's probably cost them about $2,000. They've paid that money out of their marketing budget. They get 18,000 copies of a magazine sent around the world to places you've never heard of, people you'll never meet. And I'm exaggerating to make a point because the cost is very disproportionate to the result. Do you get these emails, Americo and Mike? And do you want to get them? Because I'm happy to send them to you. Do you get these emails about, oh, mate, we've been watching you, mate. You're so cool. It only cost you $2,000. And we put you on the front page of a magazine. Do you get these sort of marketing emails, America?
It's funny you say that because I got one of those not too long ago, where you're invited to be featured. And then you start reading the fine print, and you need to make an investment to be featured. And yeah, if this is just the beginning, this is the first time I've seen this come across. Yeah, I don't really have an appetite for that.
No, I mean, and you've got to ask the question: would you get your money? Would you even simply recoup your costs? Have you had this happen, Mike? Do you want me to send you these emails? Because I'm happy to do it. I can get you in the circle.
I'll pass. I have had some. What they wanted me to speak for free, and I'm like, well, are you going to pay my way? Like, where are we talking? And for actually, if it were the right, like maybe even New York, and they were going to, take care of cost or something, maybe send a car, I might consider it, but not if I have to pay. No, if it's coming out of my pocket, and I mean, I'm sorry, but what's in it for me? What, I guess some notoriety? Yeah.
Ego. It's ego. It's just all ego. So when you see, because all our friends are doing it, I've seen it. I know exactly what's happening. Hang on, I got asked to go on that magazine. She said yes. I said no. I know it's $2,000, and it's a bloody good looking image, like the professional quality photo, and it does look $1 million, but it's cost her $2,000 for that promo. It's promo. So, and she's probably getting speaking gigs out of that. Good on her. And that might lead to another speaking gig in the city where she recoups her cost. But it's the same sort of thing.
But Keith, did they guarantee anything? I mean, not for nothing. If I had to spend $2,000 and they would guarantee, work after that, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. You know what I mean? If they have a track record of people that have done it and then gotten a bunch of gigs after, I may or may not consider that.
Well, I'll give you a really good example. This is my most famous example, which did happen. Someone stalked me in a way on Facebook and said, hey, we're watching you. You're good. Can we have a chat? Yep. No worries. What do you want? I would love to work with you, Keith. I'm just so inspired by what you're doing. I think we can work together. And I said, okay, what do you want to do? Run a show together, co-host on my show? Can I come on your show? No. I'm going to build you a website and I'm going to get you on Australian TV. And if you want, I'm going to get you a book deal because I think your story's worth telling. Oh, well, that's very flattering. What do you think? She says, well, my fee is $50,000 And what we'll do is $50,000. I'll build your website in 12 weeks, and I guarantee you'll be on the telly by Christmas. Right? Okay, well, I'm not going to get any money out of going on the telly. I mean, I can tell my parents, hey, guess what, Dad? I got on the television. You said I was hopeless at school, but look at me. I'm on Channel 9. What do you think of that? But that's not worth 50 grand. So she said, well, look, several people as a result of these TV gigs have got book deals. And here's a website of a person that's, in Alaska and selling her stuff. And she's making good money. And as I said, it's only $50,000 over 12 weeks. And, I said, look, I'd have to remortgage the house. And let me just have a chat about that. Let me politely say no for now. Oh, it was very hard to say politely no. What are you doing? I was just a very nice person, but I was so angry internally. Internally, I was steaming. $50,000 to build a website. This actually happened. I'm not making this up. And she said, I guarantee I'll get you on the TV. I can guarantee you that. But I reckon you'll probably get a book deal out of that. Can't guarantee it, but I reckon you will. Because you've got a pretty compelling story. And thank you for that. You're a bit of a dude. You speak well and you're into it. I said, yeah, but geez, I'm not going to remortgage the house just to go on TV. I don't need that much. I don't need it that much. But if you were ego-driven, if you were an influencer who made their living or wanted to make their living out of pretty pictures on Instagram, then you might be inspired or sucked in, drawn in. I don't know if there's a polite way to say it. Drawn into that world. So when you see someone on Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn with this glorious picture of them on the front cover, don't think they did that for free. They have remortgaged their house to do it. And I just think it's a bit of a scam. I'm just calling it out. Probably going to get shut down from every social media site on the history of the world now, and people are going to come knocking at my door. But the point is, we got to look after each other. And I'm guessing, Americo, you had the foresight straight up to just say no off the bat. You didn't need to think about it.
I didn't even respond. I could see right through it. It was clear as day that the fine print made mention of the investment. It's like, yeah, when you're asking me to make an investment, you're really looking after yourself more than you are myself.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So this is why I personally love to do stuff myself. And I will check on the tape. I'm now using the P4. Could you tell the difference, Mike? We might do a little bit of a wrap up on this, because if you do want to do it yourself, the tech is not that expensive. If you want to pay someone else to do it, that's fine. And we did a whole show on software. If you want to go to the YouTube channel, there's a whole show on software we did yesterday. But I'm doing the P4 today. Is there a discernible difference, Mike?
I'm gonna say you sound warmer on the P2. This sounds. Put up you're between like clarity and presence to me on this one. More.
Yeah. And the reason I did this, Americo, the show yesterday, and please go and have a listen to the replay. When I play songs on the P2, which is a sort of a lesser product, there's a distortion for the first 5 or 6 seconds while it sort of gets used to the fact that it's playing a song rather than voice. And it's very sort of noticeable, very crackly, and it happened right at the start of the show, and so we really spoilt it. Right. And I'm going to go and have a listen to this version now on YouTube, because the great thing about YouTube is there's no lag. When I push live, we're live. Yesterday, America, I'm very interested in what you think about this with your show. There was an 11-second lag between when someone made a comment and I got it. 11 seconds. Bloody horrible. And then I made a comment. It was 11 seconds to get back. So 22 seconds before we'd even said hello.
And Keith, for some reason, sometimes they don't even come across. I don't know where they get lost, but I've actually, as you know, I'm a frequent commenter on particularly LinkedIn Lives, and I see that they or well, first of all, America knows that it's hard to keep up with, particularly the ones that are kind of busy in the chat. But that said, I would see ones that because I was on the I was in the stage or on the stage and on the LinkedIn, and I would write something, and sometimes it wouldn't come across at all.
That is
So
never comes across. Doesn't come.
Yeah.
It never makes it.
yeah. And LinkedIn Live, if you get on as I do, so I'll be on YouTube and LinkedIn Live, and they're it's very frustrating because I'm trying to keep up. Like if America is talking right on regardless on the stage or on YouTube, I want to respond to what he's saying and then have him maybe respond back. Well, half the time, if I'm on LinkedIn, he's getting the comment, like you said. If I don't know if it's 11 seconds or whatever, but it's a long time. And so, he often he's already gone on to another, or sometimes he's already gone on to another subject. So I don't know what the fix is for that. I'm sorry.
A LinkedIn thing
Uh,
because it's everyone talks about it.
Yeah. And then there's the crashing. So I would suggest to anyone that is doing streaming to multi-stream and absolutely stream to YouTube over LinkedIn. But it's going to depend on where your audience is.
How
And
often do you comment? Do you comment every minute, every 5 minutes? Is there a limit?
I comment often, and I've been told some other folks that comment as much actually get throttled by LinkedIn. That hasn't happened to me. But I think part of it might be my comments are different. The gentleman I'm thinking of, and you probably, America, you probably know who I'm talking about, Kenny.
Mhm.
His are kind of the same, and so he may, or LinkedIn might think he's a bot.
Oh yeah, Kenny. Some of his comments, even though he's very good to us, they don't actually relate to the show. Oh, that was the deliciously scrumptious.
Yes.
And we love your deliciously scrumptious comments. About, pedophiles. They're not related. Like the language doesn't match the tone.
Well, and like I said, I think he's doing, he probably has, I don't know, maybe he even has it like in a document or somewhere where he's just kind of changing some and then cutting and pasting. I think that, like I said, that maybe because of the similarities that LinkedIn or I don't know if the other ones keep a tight of rein on it, but I think he's been throttled or warned or something about commenting. I haven't. So, but my comments aren't the same.
Kenny has. He's been restricted for doing it too much.
Yep.
Yeah. Because, I mean, when you realize that it's too much, then you realize, well, how much is enough and how much is okay? Like you can comment every minute, but don't do 2 a minute. Or you can comment every 5 minutes, but don't do every 4 minutes. Like you can have a total of 15 comments in an hour, but don't go to 20. Then you're thinking, well, who are you to tell me what to do? I'll comment when I feel like commenting, and then you tell me when to stop. And then
and I mean, I do the jokey thing too, but I also try, usually, even if I'm joking, I'm trying to say something that's relevant to whatever they're saying at the time. Or I have this, I'm kind of on this positivity kick. So I'm trying to, be uplifting. But again, I change things up. It's not, I'm not cutting and pasting the same comment over and over again or something similar.
I think that is a hook. I think I've worked out that as an example, LinkedIn's pretty hopeless at this, but I'll do a poll and I'll pick up on America's poll. This is a fascinating poll. I want to get back to that. I'll do a poll and I say, hey guys, I'm doing a poll. Here's the link to the poll. What do you think? Now, I might send that to 10 friends because I really want to know what they want.
Yep.
Now, LinkedIn sees that as spam. I've done a poll on LinkedIn. I want to use LinkedIn. Here's the poll. What do you think? I send it to 10 friends. because they're all different friends. They don't know each other. I can't set up a group, although I could, I guess. But LinkedIn hates that shit. And back to your poll, America. This is very, very cool. Like, let me see if I can find this poll. You asked the question, how often do you get invited to talk on a LinkedIn show? Or how often do you get invited to go to a LinkedIn event? 5 times a week, 10 times, more than 10. And the fourth answer, which is hilarious, what? LinkedIn has live events? I didn't know that. 32%. 30% said, what? LinkedIn has live events? I didn't know that. Is that right? 32%.
When I last checked, it's gone up and down. Last I checked, it was at 25%, but it did get as high as 34%. And I'll jump.
But I
into it
wonder,
now, see.
America, I wonder if people weren't goofing.
So out of the respondents, one, I would say confidently, was was goofing around because they host an event of their own. But all the others had no history of hosting events, and that was the litmus test. I went into each profile to see if they had events of their own, and they were just pulling my leg.
Well, because I can't remember what but sometimes I don't even vote. I put a comment in, so I don't remember what I did with that. But my answer to that is I get invited to quite a few, and then of the ones I'm on a regular basis, I've been invited up to the stage. So I don't tend to get well, is that true? The most of the shows I'm on have like the what do you call it, the anchor co-hosts or whatever, and then then they invite people up. So I've been invited, or I've been on stage quite a bit on various ones, like Ennie's. I'm on a fairly regular basis on the stage, but I'm not a co-host.
All right, so we're currently sitting at 25%. So a quarter of all respondents responded to option 4. LinkedIn has live events ?
But if you're not, how do I put this? If you're not, I can see if you are strictly kind of focused, not necessarily on networking, but just doing what I call traditional poke and hope on the ATS. And that's what you're using, and you have a profile built and whatever. And maybe you're even doing commenting, like normal post commenting, not commenting on LinkedIn Lives. You may not know about LinkedIn Lives.
Or to add on to that, you have people who get invited to events and they might think, hey, this is a webinar, someone's going to try to sell me something. And they're totally oblivious to the fact that this is a completely different vertical. This is a live conversation and not a webinar.
Well, and some are.
Yeah.
Some lives are more kind of sales than yours, certainly, or others. So yeah.
Can I ask you, Americo, about the idea of Q&A? Have you still found guests reluctant to do Q&A, and are you starting to feed that in, or is it not an important component?
Well, it's an important component to me because it keeps the audience engaged, it keeps the audience around longer. So it helps the dwell time, and if you get longer dwell time, you're going to get your event pushed out further. So to cut yourself short and stop the whole Q&A, I think you're doing the entire live stream a disservice, because you owe it to your attendees, especially how we come from advocating that there's nothing comparable when you put live streams up against other content that's being distributed.
True, that is the angle, isn't it?
This is the angle.
Is it fear? Is it fear, or do you think they're not prepared, or They don't like to be put on the spot. I mean, Michael, you asked this question. Why do you think people don't want to do Q&As? Do you think they just don't like to think in the moment? They just don't want to be put on the spot. They're a bit scared that they might look silly.
I think it depends. I think some people just aren't good, and I think we've talked at least about the guesting thing. So when I guest, I like to be probably more prepared than some hosts would like to prepare me, and that's just how I roll. Like when I do speaking engagements, I kind of not want to know what the hell, what's the conference, or what am I doing? For example, I did one on AI agents, security actually, and I wrote this whole big, PowerPoint or whatever, and I went deep. I was going deep, and they're like, "Mike, this is a high level." I'm like, "Well, why didn't you tell me that, to begin?" So, and that kind of happened right as we were prepping for the talk. So, I think it really depends on, kind of how the communication is going with the host, or between the host and the guest. That's number one. I think other guests aren't as comfortable thinking on their feet. Number two. But my question would be to the guest: if you are sort of comfortable in whatever you're talking about, like I'm very comfortable in talking about what I do. So even though, to be honest, I'm a little not butterflied, but there's always something in the back of my mind about what might happen. I'm more than willing to entertain that, and I think that's important. And again, Keith, we've kind of gone back and forth as to, what are we trying to do for the audience? And for me, if you want longevity, and if you want to grow, and if you want to maintain and maybe even grow your reach, you're going to have to pay attention to your audience. I mean, the Rick Rubin thing works for getting people in, but in order to keep them, you're going to have to, keep them engaged, and Q&A is certainly a way to do that.
Yeah, there is the fear of the unknown, the whole heckling that may or may not happen, the whole uncertainty of what you're going to be asked. And I always assure those who are my guests, listen, I'm not going to ask you anything that I haven't been able to find on your social footprint. So if we're talking about your field or your area of expertise, you're going to be able to answer any one of my questions. Should a question arise from the audience, from the community, we'll be able to troubleshoot and deflect it in real time. I got your back. I'll support you if you're unable to answer that, and we'll take it offline, and we'll be sure to engage with you in the comments after the show, just so in the effort of keeping the show on track and on time. So there's ways of tackling it, and I always put my guests at ease, but for some reason, some aren't comfortable with it. And for others, like, well, I had no idea we can get this many people involved in a conversation. I always thought that you come to these, you talk, and you leave. People are surprised when I get this many people at any event engaging and asking questions. And, some are better than others in terms of engagement and attendees. But there hasn't been a show where it was just me talking to my guest and very little interaction, unless it's one of those pop-up shows like the one I did last week where Mike kind of bailed me out. But we kind of knew that going into it.
I love this discussion.
Yeah.
I just wanted to,
because you knew, and Keith, this is one of your least favorite things, is when guests bail on you. And that's a whole nother thing. I mean, that's going to happen. That's the reality of life as a host. Shouldn't happen that often. And then, of course, you don't necessarily invite them back. I mean, they may have a very good reason to. So you have to play it by ear. But that's actually interesting, Mariko, because I've felt very comfortable with your questions and just the way you have a way to run the show and just your kind of whole demeanor and everything is very easy and at least from a guest perspective and when I'm in the same thing actually and when I'm in the audience. But I think it is challenging on shows where I'm pumping out actual questions related to the to whatever the topic is, and either the comment too busy or they're too busy or whatever the case, and they don't get to the question. I'm with Keith on that, where if you're sitting through 45-minute or whatever, and I think it also depends on how you're communicating that to your audience. It's like, is this really a sort of one to many with not a lot of engagement asked for, or is this an sort of audience participation? And I think if you kind of make that clear at the top, then at least people know what to expect. I think, to me, the LinkedIn Lives, that begs the question, right? If you're going to do a sort of one to many webinar, then just record it. Why do you need a live versus
Great question.
a
Why?
recording?
What's the power of doing live if you're not going to have Q&A? What a great question. Why do a live if you're not going to involve the audience? Why? I mean, what a great question. America, what do you think? Is it just simply a format that works, or is it convenient to make the content? Well, what's the point? Why not just record it?
Well, it's like here though, Keith. It really depends on what you're trying to do. To me, it's this is we're having a discussion with whoever's on stage, and we never know where it's going to go and what's going to come out of it, which I like, because I like the give and take, right? And so if that's what your show is, that's awesome. Again, if people are expecting that and they can see an engaged conversation with people that are from different backgrounds, all talking about tech or something related or adjacent. But if the expectation is that you're going to engage the audience, it, it, you know, then you have to engage the audience, or you just do a recording.
I can see your point here. If the point, and this is actually a very relevant point to what we're doing right here, if nobody comes to the show, we at least are still having a conversation, and this will be a replay on YouTube, and the essence of this show will be a blog post on Substack. Right? Even if no one comes, and even if nobody makes any comments, which of course they have and do. So it doesn't so much matter if there isn't an audience, but what about if there is and you're not engaging them? That is like almost a crime. I mean, there's an audience there wanting to know. I've been on some of Americo's shows, and the guests have said, well, let's save that question for another time. Well, when?
Yeah.
Right here. I mean, I'm right here. I made an effort to come. And when are you going to talk about it next? When are you on the show next? What does that mean? Where are you? What are you doing? I mean, really, I mean, got pissed. Unbelievable. I can't. What are you talking about? I'm right here. I've listened to you talk for 45 minutes, and I've got a question about what you said, and you spoke well. Can you explain? Can you explain what that means? And I know we've had this discussion before, America. It probably doesn't bother. That bothers me, but I've been 45 minutes down. I'm thinking, look, I listened to you talk, and sure, you had some good comments, but I've got a question. And, I'll ring me, DM me, send me an email, sign up for my newsletter. It's all there. Well, I'm here now. I'm right here now. You've got me in that moment. But
but that moment of clarity, some people just don't see it because they're not used to it. It's that whole, you don't know what you don't know. And many people who guest either come into a studio or a virtual studio like Restream, They have the conversation, it's recorded, it'll get edited and put into a podcast. And you're listening to a podcast and you start thinking, it's like, man, that's I got a whole bunch of questions. Who do I ask these questions to? Because this is a playback. This is a piece of audio that I can't engage with. And that's what people are probably coming into. It's like, hey, even as a live stream, people come with those perceived notions that, hey, all I got to do is show up, talk, and someone will take care of editing and repurposing, and I don't have to engage with the audience. But that's, if you go in with that mindset, you are missing the essence of what live streaming is
Essence.
built for.
You're missing the essence. Look at this comment from Peter, who's in San Cristobal, Mexico. We're 3 hours in, and I'm surprised to realize that I'm still engaged. And I'm thinking about that while I'm engaged here and commenting live. Like, he is live in San Cristobal, Mexico, listening to us. And while we got that discussion going, another friend of mine, Monique, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, is saying, look, I can't come up on stage, but like, I love your conversation. I could make you a website for 1/3 of the price and get you on Brazilian TV. Give me a call. One third Brazilian TV. Probably the whole of South America, or although at least probably Portugal and Brazil. And there's a very good lead for you, America, if you want to go and do the Brazilian thing, because they speak Portuguese. Only going to cost you 27,000 euro. I mean, what do you think? Well, reals, I think they call it reals there in Brazil.
Yeah, reals.
Yep. So just 27,000 of those, and you've got a website, and it'd be in Portuguese or Brazilian, and you could be on the television. That's worth doing. I don't know if you'll make your money back, but it's a good ego trip and something to put on your LinkedIn page. I mean, you got to ask yourself, what's all this promo for? Is it just to make yourself look good? So Monique and I are having a bit of a chat about that in the background. We're just deciding what I'm going to wear on the float. That's what I know about Brazil Carnival and all of that. So, this is our show would be very, very, very different if we were just recording a set of preconceived questions we thought of the week before. We're talking to Monique in Sao Paulo, Brazil, which is the town that Richard lives in, and I'm introducing them. They may do a Keithy. I'm chatting to my friend Peter, who lives in San Cristobal. He's 3 hours down and still commenting. Like, this is the essence of what we're doing. And I do it for fun, but America now does this as a sort of an agency. And how's it going, mate? I mean, you've got some gigs coming up, haven't you?
Yeah, we got a few things on the go right now, and it is. I'm going to say it's exciting times because I've been building, and I'm now starting to see this come to fruition. And a part of me takes a lot of pride. Not that there wasn't pride in the past, but now I'm more self-aware and conscious of wanting to sound good, wanting to look good, because people are starting to pay attention. And it's important that I maintain that or sustain that so that I start building advocacy. I understand that I've started to build trust. People are reaching out. The awareness is working. The trust has been built. Now it's about maintaining the credibility and building advocacy so that those who are starting to reach out to me now are put in a position with, you know what, reach out to Americo. He might be able to help you out with your event. And so this is just the beginning as I see it. And, at some point, someone's going to look back, and whether it's at me or someone in a similar journey, and they're going to say, wow, how did this person become an overnight success? And I'll be ready to tell them, hey, this was years in the making. But it's been an absolute delight being part of this journey.
I'm very, very excited. I tell people every day about your shows and how you're doing it. And the thing that's great is that I do get people asking me if they can do it for them, and I don't want to. The truth is, I just don't want to. But it's great to know that you can do it for them, and I've got a resource to send people to. Bez, we've jumped around as we normally do, but I want to come back. In fact, I will do this now. I'm going to rewind the tape and just get a bit of a theme going with the essence of what we talked about, and then we'll pick up on, because we're 3 hours down. Like, I never seem to run out of things to say. Oh, I'm going to go back now. I'm going to go back to the very, 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 very beginning. Oh, there we are. So the question we started with, and you know a lot about this, Bez. Do you think that you are more productive when you work from home, or is it better for people to go to the office? And we'll start there because you're a recruiter, and we can move that conversation to the idea of working for yourself. But what do you think? Are you more productive working from home, or is there some value in going to the office? Got you there, Bez? Give him a call. Hello, Bez. Are you there? Hello, Bez. There is some problems with the some problem with it, so we'll come back to that. But it is a good way to come back. Mariko, we talked a lot about this. You know, what I love about what you're doing is that you've given people three options, probably more now, but one is, I can teach you to do this. If you want to do it yourself, I've done it 100 times. I can teach you to do this. And then you can do it. The first level, that's what your school's about.
Mhm.
The level is, well, why don't you come on my show and I'll do it with you. I'll interview you and you can be the guest and I'll make you sound great. And you just have to turn up. And the third question, which I'm really fascinated to see play out, is you're now starting to offer this as a service to do for them. Is that starting to build out? Are you starting to do it behind the scenes, or still sitting in the chair?
No, it's starting to do it behind the scenes, working slowly, but the momentum is there, and I'm now starting to see opportunities in different areas that I can reach out to, in different businesses that I can reach out to, simply from the project that I'm working on now. It's going to open up conversations with people and industries I didn't even consider. So we'll see how it plays out. I'm gonna try to get this project polished and working smoothly, and if it works well, then I'll be able to kind of build it into my offer and talk more about it publicly as things unfold.
I love it. Now, Mike, we've sort of missed the opportunity there, but we'll come back to it. I jokingly said that 3-year-olds are now creating apps to talk to the old farts like us, like me, about simple concepts to them that make sense to them, but not to us. And the premise was, Grandpa, I pooed my nappy. Can you come and pick me up? Tell me how you made this graphic, and I'll put it on the screen so you can work me through it.
Brother, it's not just a graphic. It's an application. That was done in Claude. So while you were talking, I'm typing into Claude, I need an application for a 3-year-old to tell his grandpa, or it turns out it's his family, that he pooped his nappy. And so that's not just a picture of it. It actually works. You click on the buttons and it sends. Now it's not sending it out right now, but I'm sure that wouldn't be that hard to send an email or a text or something. You'd have to have connectors, as they call them.
So,
but this is the craziness. You want to talk about being productive, Keith, and we talked a little bit about the difference of the productivity of AI and not. I mean, you just said it. I went to Claude, typed it in. That was a couple iterations, and out pops on the other end. And this is kind of new for me because I haven't been doing a lot of coding. I did a little bit. I tried to do a little coding. The other thing is these things keep on getting better and better and better, and more of the models like ChatGPT, I think, can do some more programming and stuff now. But this is crazy. But that's not the. Do you have the picture of the actual app?
Yep, I have. I'm bringing
Oh,
that.
yeah. So that was done, by the way. That picture was done in Grok. So the same thing. While we were talking, you were talking about picture, and I created that picture, and then I created the app. It's crazy. Now there's security issues and stuff around vibe coding or whatever you want to call this. But yeah, if I click on the grandma or grandpa or mommy and daddy, which is what I did, it says, "Hey, mommy and daddy, I've pooped my nappy a little, please." And it's a little, quite a lot, or code red. And
Oh,
if I click on code red, it says, "Hey, mommy and daddy, I pooped my," it's code red.
okay. Well, let's take that up a notch and have a kid in a nappy with a mobile phone.
Exactly. Well, this is, from my understanding, this is in HTML or something. So this is potentially portable.
It's a
So
JSON.
potentially this could work potentially on a mobile phone.
Yeah. So it's going to be an app. And can you just imagine a 3-year-old at kindergarten? I think that's when they go. Because we're talking about, and we probably missed this conversation, but Mike to me talks like he's in code, like he's talking a different language to me. I feel stupid. He's talking about all these acronyms I've never heard about. They're not real words. And I'm thinking the natural extension of that is the 3-year-old's probably on their mobile phone, pooping their pants at the kindergarten. They don't really give a shit about anything in the real world. They've got poo in their nappy and they want their parents to come. Right. So the image we gave so far is there it is, Dad. I poop, Grandpa, I poop my nappy. Sorry. But could you do that in Grok with a kid on a mobile phone? I'm sure that's a very common image now, a kid in a nappy on a mobile phone, because they
Yeah.
out of the womb
Yep.
with phone in their hand, don't they?
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of them, not for nothing, Keith, and this does concern me, and this goes into a whole separate subject, and that is using either phones, or which they do a lot, or tablets for babysitting. And these kids are growing it literally. I mean, I've seen, I don't know if they're infants, but I've seen like 2-year-olds sitting and staring at either a tablet or on sideways, staring at a phone. And mom and dad are yakking away, and they're, whatever, I don't know what they're looking at, Miss Polly or whatever her name is, or whatever, YouTube. They're growing up with these things, Keith. It scares the hell out of me because we're losing, the connection in the family, which was, horrible.
It's very interesting because we grew up probably in the 80s, the 90s, 70s, maybe even. Some of us had sort of 70s references where we had to sit in the back with 3 kids and, we just had to sit there staring at the walls for 12 hours. Well, guess what? A red Porsche. I win. Tell me when you see an next Porsche. Oh, that was 3 hours. Were we there yet? Are we there? We've only seen one red car in 3 hours. Are we there yet, Dad? Can you shut up? We still got like 3 days to go. Why didn't we fly? We can't afford flying, Keith. Well, bloody hell, we're having a holiday. Don't complain. What do you mean?
No one flew. No one flew I came from a family of 10 kids. We didn't fly. I flew I think my first flight was late. That was probably, I don't know, 30, maybe. Maybe a little earlier. But it was my first corporate job because I had to go to California for training.
You drove?
No, I flew there, but that was my first time. It's like 25 years old.
So, I'm joking to make a point, but we're sort of at that confluence now. We're out in that middle where we're saying there's a few of us, a few of my friends, a few people have been on this call saying, "Oh, look, I'm not really into this AI. I've got a flip phone." Well, okay, if you want a flip phone, yeah, it's cool. I don't use AI. I don't have a computer. I don't want a laptop. Yeah, okay. But it's 2026. If you still want employment, if you still want to communicate with your fellow citizens, you got to have some reference point. Like my dad, who's 88, a very good story. He goes to see my sister. All the kids are under 15, and he goes, "I don't even know what they're talking about, Keith. I'm there. I'm physically in their presence, but I might as well be like 200 years old because they look at me like I'm like a Stone Age dude." And I can see him trying to talk to me. But they use language I just don't understand. And I'm so far out of the loop that I didn't even know where to go. They're not going to say, "Hey, did you see the latest episode of Gilligan's Island?" I know it's in black and white, but it was pretty cool. Remember Gilligan's Island, Dad, 1967? You want to watch Gilligan's Island? No. Can't. Well, actually, there's this really cool show on Netflix we're watching at the moment. You got a tablet there? We'll watch it on the tablet. Come on. You've gone from black and white TV to tablet in 4 seconds. Isn't there a middle ground? Watching sport on TV. There's no middle ground for kids. They don't want to talk to their grandparents. They don't. I'm guessing. I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, Keith, let me lay this at you. And I hated to do this because I just hated console games. But in order to get with my kid, and this was after the divorce, and we were, I don't know, 800 miles apart or something. I got into a game called World of Warcraft specifically to spend time with my, I don't know, he was a teenager, let's say 15, just to spend time with my son. Did I want to play that game? Not really, but I got into his world. And then there's, then you talk, not endlessly, but at least you talk about, while you're fighting the monster or whatever, you talk and say, "Hey, how's it going?" But you've reached out into their world. I'm not saying everyone has to do that, but I think sometimes you have to stretch a little. And
I do this. My dad and I go for the same football team. My brother, on the other hand, goes for the exact opposite team. He made that as a very clear statement. But I sometimes go, "Hey, how's Carlton going?" I'm not that interested in AFL, to be honest. It's a stupid game. I mean, it's an impossible game to describe in Melbourne, Australia. Like, unless you live in Melbourne, Australia, or Australia, it's impossible to describe Aussie rules. And I grew up in a New South Wales, which is a different state, where they didn't play Aussie rules when I was growing up. And so, okay, good. They're at 5th on the ladder. They're not going so bad. I'm talking to him in the language he understands, because the game is to talk to him, not to talk football.
Yep.
Guess what, Dad? I just bought the Zoom P4 and I got this really cool, really cool XLR mark, and I'm really, really thinking of getting a stream controller. My God, I've got a flip phone, Keith. What are you talking about? I mean, what are you actually saying to me? You use words there I've never heard before. No one in my language, no one in my team, no one in my town, no one in Australia uses this language, Keith. Where are you living now? Do you live on the moon? Might as well be living on the moon with what you haven't. What are you talking about? XLR, USB, stream controller, broadcaster, mic. Well, what is that? What does that mean? So I want to talk to my dad. I have to talk to him about things that he knows. Even though I personally not that interested in those things, I know about them, and I can converse in language he understands. This is very important. Like what we talked about with your, you sounding like you speak in code. We need that middle ground, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, and tech aside, I'll use another example with vehicles. Look how far the vehicle has come in the last 5 or 10 years. My dad has been in dire need of switching his vehicle for the longest time, and he was pouring money into repairs for a vehicle that had outlived its life expectancy. But he never came out and said it publicly. But I believe the reluctance was around the technology, and
we're losing him again.
He started to come up with this. think we can find a vehicle that has a key, because this push button start, I don't know if I can manage.
And the dings and the whistles and the bells. Ding, ding, ding. There's someone coming. Ding, ding, ding. You're going over the limit. Ding, ding, ding. You're
Yeah, the sense.
off. Freaks them out, doesn't it? Look, I think America's having.
It's like we can like it's got braking.
You're dropping in and out of there, mate. Maybe reboot. Do you want to pick up on that conversation about cars, Mike? You don't have to talk about a Porsche, but is there a car on the market that doesn't have the bells and whistles, or do they all have the gadgets now?
Okay. This is a perfect segue. We are buying a RAV4 Limited, so it's a SUV. Now there are all sorts of bells and whistles, like and to be honest, I actually want them. There's something called panoramic view. So there's multiple like there's cameras on your mirrors. There's a camera in the back and there's a camera in front. So you can have a 360 view of your car, of what's around your car. And then I think there's a when you look in the mirror, instead of a regular mirror, it has like a display of the camera in the back. Does that make sense? So I want the Limited in part because of these, you can call them driving nannies, but these things are coming more and more. And by the way, these have been around on higher end cars like Mercedes and stuff for quite a while. But they're coming down to the what I call the sort of upper middle class cars now. and yeah, I mean, dude, there's a lot of these makers. Toyota in the RAV4 isn't making any that are not hybrid. All of them are hybrid or plug-in. So this is the first time I'm getting a push button, and you can't tell if the car's on. When you start the car, there's something on the dash, the display on the dash, and the dash is no longer gauges. It's all digital, and my GPS or my info center is all digital. So everything's digital, and even like some of the controls for radio and whatnot, you have to go through that. And a lot of people don't like that, and I don't think I like it either. But that you're not given a choice anymore, Keith. On these newer cars, it's all coming like it's electronic, and now there's a lot of them that are hybrid, whether you want it or not.
Just as a concept, imagine going into a bank and saying, "Can I have a passbook, please?" No, we haven't had a passbook since 1978. We don't
stock them. We don't stock them.
We don't issue those anymore. So imagine going to a car and saying, "You know what? I want a 4 on the floor. I want to start my car with a key.
Yep.
And I don't want any of those funny sounds." Well, what century are you living in, Keith? I mean, it's 2026. It's not 1986. If you want to be part of a club, I can set you up with a friend of mine. It's got Holden HD or whatever they call it, 1958, 20,000. Looks great. Runs on unleaded petrol. You got to put a little sort of filter in it first, and you get about 6 miles to the gallon. But it's pretty good. It makes a big rumbling sound when you drive. The seats are really uncomfortable, and it doesn't even have seatbelts. Is that what you want? You want to go back to 1976? No, I don't want to go back that far, but I get you, because when we got our brand new Mazda 3 2023, it took me about a month to get used to all the sounds. What does that sound mean? Oh, that means that someone's passing you from behind. What does that sound mean? That means that you're going over the speed limit you've set aside for this location. Okay, what does that sound mean? It means that the mirrors have accidentally come in and you didn't know. What does that sound mean? It means you haven't got your seatbelt on. Okay. Shit. I just want to go to the shops.
You have to have a college degree to drive your car.
What sort of car do you drive? Picks up on what we said yesterday. Do you have all these bells and whistles and all these sounds, Bez? Does your car make a lot of sounds? Have you got an old school car? We got you there. Can you hear us? You had a bit of trouble hearing us before. There's no worries. What are you doing? What about you, Americo? Do you have a fairly modern car? Have you been able to help your dad out with that? Or do you still have a...
So, yeah, my vehicle has got the bells and whistles of 2015, and his car now has got more bells and whistles than mine does. So, takes a little getting used to. And what you just described, I'm now answering what that sound means. So I'll sit with him.
What does that mean? Shit, stop. No, it's just the seatbelt. It just means you haven't put your seatbelt on yet. Okay. Sort of sounds like that. No, that's not that sound. This is it's a sort of a slightly different tone, different key. It's a little bit less resonant. Yeah, well, to me, it sounds the same. So do you get this, Bez, you said you're there. Do you get this idea of all these cars making all these sounds and all these dings and you have no idea what they're talking about? Yeah. Now that they're designed to be safer,
I just
of
put
course.
I have one of those. I have one of those things where I can hook up and find out what the codes are if I suspect something. But yeah, so I did that recently because there was a misfiring, and I can tell because the power is less. So I need to change out the spark plugs, do a little tune up.
Yeah, you are really good. You're doing all that yourself, are you? I don't even. Does the car have
I
spark
so much
plugs? I
the
didn't-
tune up. It's yeah. The cars have power sparks. I have a truck that is a 2001. I believe it's 2001, and it's a Ford F-150. And
did you call it a trog?
did you say something?
Did you call it a
A
trog?
truck.
Truck. Because I heard the
Truck.
word trog. Wow, thing.
Yeah.
You make my heart sing. A 2001 truck.
No. Yeah, and it has 340,000 miles plus. And so, but it's a pretty good truck, but you have to just keep it maintained, now anyways, yeah, it's just, but yeah, I mean, a car is a car, it gets you from point A to point B, that's all I need. Especially living up in rural America, you really need a truck because of the rain and some other elements that make it more advantageous to actually have a truck. So, yep, that's my story. They're sticking to it.
Does it run on diesel? Or do you regular petrol?
No, unleaded. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
just regular unleaded. Yeah, petrol, whatever you guys call it.
I don't know if this story's got to you yet, but we're paying $2.50 a litre, $10 a gallon for petrol now. I'd love to hear that story. What are they paying in
Oh my
Canada?
goodness.
What are you paying in Canada, America?
So we're at $1.65 a liter. So that's puts us in the $7 to $8 range a gallon.
Oh my goodness.
California's at $8 a gallon.
Okay.
Yes.
$8. Okay.
$8? Well, I don't doubt it because today I put gas in my truck and it was $3.59. Now it was down to like $2.50 or something like a week or two ago, but now it's shot up to maybe it was $3.59 or $3.89. I was like, my goodness, it really went up. So yeah.
So that's $1 a litre.
What a bargain.
Jeez, $1 a litre. We're paying $2.50 a litre. But we're a long way away. we don't have everything we need right in this place. We have to import a lot of things. It's a great thing being here, but it is a long way away. I'd be very interested to know. You might be fascinated to know this, Bez, but there's a person in the audience that has commented every minute since for 3.5 hours. He lives in San Cristobal, Mexico. A very, very cool
Mm.
dude who's basically been with us the whole time. How much is petrol in Mexico, Peter? And it's a very good testament to what this show's about. So while we've been chatting, I've had back conversations with someone in Brazil and someone in Mexico, and some of them have made comments here. And the question we're actually getting to, and the point, and this is actually the point, is because I don't think you've answered this question, can you be more productive at home, or do you prefer an office? And is there a movement in the US and Canada and South America even for somewhat to allow people to work from home some of the time, because it's better for humans? Might not be better for the business, but it is better for humans. That's in itself an arguable point. But what do you think, Bez? Can you be more productive at home, or do you prefer to have an office and the hustle and the bustle and the setup?
Home, because you don't have those interruptions in a hustle and bustle office. Water cooler conversations, but there's the social element that you're missing. Now, what I'll tell you is that obviously you have to be disciplined, and I'm not saying have that. There's a delineation, because you can be more mature and still not be disciplined. But I will tell you that there is an advantage for a newer generation to work closely with their current supervisor, because they're going to learn a lot. Can they learn virtually? Yeah, they can, but sometimes that flexibility and unstructuredness can lead to bad habits early on in the career. So that's on impetus on the supervisor to be really, really good at making sure they mentor and upskill their junior people, because if not, you just can't leave people. You've got a couple things. Companies that have long-term leases, of course they want people back in the office, right? Because they've got this big bill, and they need to show some whatever to we made a good decision sizing this 10-year lease, and there's nobody. That's what happened to Apple. They had built the mothership, that new building, and then COVID hit. And I think this was a $10 billion, it's like a circular, almost looks like a UFO. And they, nobody was in it. And so they mandated people to come back. It's hard to tell the investors, yeah, we built this thing, cost us $10 billion, and we just let people work from home. And that's like a hard pill to swallow, like a bad business decision made worse, because you realize you don't really need people in the office. Nonetheless, they, they've lost people because of that. So I think in today, look, remote work was going on way before. Like I remember being a headhunter in the 90s, software developers were working from home. It's not a new thing because of COVID. And if people say, well, we need the data to track it. Well, the U.S. government, Obama signed, when was it? In 20, it was the Telework Enhancement Act. If you look at it, it'll tell you when Obama signed it. But they were doing that experiment before he even came into office. But he signed it because, and they report to Congress every year. So if you type in the word telework.gov, it used to have its own website, but now it goes to a page on the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, in the federal agency. But every year they report to Congress, and they track statistics. If you want data, there's over 10 years of data there. It's really, really robust. It's interesting to take a look at. So I think you can work remotely. I think it's a good thing. You just have to be very intentional. And if you're a bad leader, if you have virtual employees, it just exacerbates the problem. You'll be found out. You'll be worse. So you really have to develop your leaders, teach them how to lead, and how to be good bosses in order to this experiment that people think is new, working from home, is something that works. Anyways, I land my plane there.
Have you been tracking you probably haven't, but have you been tracking the trend that in Australia, and Victoria is leading this charge, we are businesses in Australia are required to let people work 2 days a week from home if they can do the job from home. And it's a very, very fascinating thing. So on the 1st of September, if you can reasonably do your job at home, you must be allowed to do it from home at least 2 days out of 5. Mandated by law by the government. I know this is quite controversial, but as a recruiter, what do you think of that idea that people from home? I mean, obviously workers want to work from home, I'm guessing. I don't think many people are putting their hand up to go to work every day in the city, are they? No one's doing that.
No, I mean, it's unreasonable, but there are jobs like in healthcare that require you to show up to the office, right? Because you're dealing with patients, right? So it's a little bit different. Healthcare, you need to be there, right? There's a lot of things you can't do that job. There's some jobs in healthcare. There's quite a bit you can do remotely, but some of the core things when it comes to clinical stuff, you have to be there.
Yeah, and the key phrase is you could reasonably do the job locally, because during COVID, like we know, everything was closed down, everything except maybe health, and they had stuff. So we've got a very good work experience idea going that pretty much everyone in Victoria was working from home, and it worked. We got a lot done. Just fascinating.
I have a friend that set up contact centers or call centers, and even before COVID, he said, "Bez, we've been these big companies. These call centers. They're not a big room with, and you have go lease a space." And no, he goes, that was even 10 years even before COVID. That movement was happening, and he's just set it up. People aren't interested in coming into the office. You pay their internet, you give them a decent wage, and there you go. But yeah, one thing I will tell you here in the United.
There you go. What are you thinking?
Oh, okay, I'll just finish with this. Here in the United States, like you mandated in Australia, if you can reasonably work, you got to work. And there's probably some reasons behind that. Here in the United States, you can do that, but we don't require it. I think what you can set up schedules, but you have to file them. Like, let's say people want to work a 4-day week. Well, there's a process, a documented federal process that you do that with the Labor Department or the state Labor Department. I can't remember. You got state and federal, but usually the state. And you file what they call an alternate work schedule, but that's something voted by the employees of a work group, and that's documented. So there's a lot of things you can do here in the United States, but that has to be led by a business need, right? So,
yeah, it's very interesting because it's not mandated that you have to work from home. Like as an employee, if you want to go into the office, I'm sure they'll have you.
Mm-hmm.
And Peter's asking a very interesting question, because Peter was saying that he mainly works out of a cafe because he doesn't find his house very, very inspiring to work in. So I guess the other question would be, what if you don't want to work from home and you're being forced to work from home? It was a very damaging time in the 2020s, but we had to do it for 2 years. I think that's what you're going with there. How has it been received by workers? Most people are thinking, "Oh, you beauty! I want to work from home, and now I can." And it's law from the 1st of September. But America's got a very different story, and that is that in Ontario, at least, they've mandated that people have to come back to the work 5 days a week. People have left their jobs when forced to do that here. That's how I know what workers think. People have left their jobs saying, "Look, if you're going to make me work 5 days a week in the office, I'm going to find another job. I don't want to do this. I've got used to doing it this way, and it suits my lifestyle better." and on several messages on Substack, people are saying, "Look, I love this. I love doing this. I've been working from home for years, and I eat better, I sleep better, I've got more leisure. I believe my mental health is better, and I'm guessing
Right.
I'm also a much more productive person. I would think." Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think working, there's always exceptions, but here's the thing. A lot of there is a segment of a workforce that's knowledge workers. And I believe those have more leeway to work from home, and it would be, environmentally, it's probably better. Uh, mentally, I mean, but like you brought up a good point. You said somebody here said, hey, they don't want working from home. They don't find working from home inspiring. That is a thing. Some people just have too much going on at home that it's hard for them to, they can't get any peace or quiet to actually do their job, and those people want to come in to the office. So that does exist.
Yeah, some people have told me, look, I go into work for a rest. I go into work to get away from my family. I've got an excuse to be away from them. Oh, wow. What a cool concept. I go into the city to be away from my family because there's noises and, I would imagine that would be the truth. There's a lot of couples split up during COVID here. They in the house all day, every day, by themselves, staring at each other. It just got too much. But
Yeah.
I'm just I wanted to pick this up because wifey's working from home today, and I've still been managing to do the show. And she had a lunch, and I just put myself on mute when she was using the microwave. It's very, very good. So what we could do, almost 4 hours down, I reckon we'll do a bit of a rewind, talk about what we talked about in the show, and I really want to give Americo some time to talk about what he's coming up because he's got a new show or a different show because it's a different time. I can't go to his shows now because they're too early. But we've chatted for 4 hours. I reckon that's a good length. I wanted to challenge myself to cross over the lunch break to see how it would affect wifey. What do you think of the key points, Americo, that you want to bring up here? And tell us more. Way back to the start. What do you think, Americo? Key points and how can we help you?
So key points about working from home and finding balance. And I've learned that balance is defined differently for all of us. What gives me balance doesn't necessarily give others balance, and for a variety of reasons, which I've described. But listen, I think for the most part, it does provide more pros than cons. And at the end of the day, it's about appeasing the masses and not just the smaller percentile that may or may not like what's happening. As for fast forward, we've rewound. Now fast forwarding, I've been having a wonderful time growing and engaging with my community over at school. We were just building something special, and I understand that not everyone can come out and hang out when I'm present or when I schedule an event, but the engagement, we're hovering around 60% engagement. That tells me that people are interested, that they're there with intention, they're networking with one another. We're asking, tech related questions. We're asking live stream related questions. So what I've earmarked as a live-minded group of people, that is exactly what we're building. And one of our newest members, Faith, who is looking at a starter mic, you'll be pleased to know that the Samson SQ 2QU was recommended by another one of our community members. She is going to purchase it. I have invited her to test it out when she's ready, when she gets it, to come hang out with us, and we'll help her sound great, and we'll get her rolling and get her started on her journey. And listen, it has been an absolute delight. Things are moving well for me in the direction that I was anticipating it would. I have Mike joining me on stage on Thursday. We're going to talk a little bit about his new venture into songwriting, and I don't know. I can go on for hours. I'm just so fascinated with what is happening. There's so much happening in my space, but I'll digress now and let Bez share his thoughts.
I think
Well, I love what you were sharing, Mirko. I don't have a lot of thoughts because I came in late. Just heard a lot of conversations around cars.
one thing I will mention, and I'm very interested in this. I'm extremely interested in the repurposing point. I am really
Be able
like
to
110% supercharged.
join 4 hours, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? We lost you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm at Orange Bar. Yeah.
One of the things I'm very fascinated by is that I am 110% into Substack. I'm really pushing hard into Substack. And what I love about it is that I do these shows on YouTube and I get 20 views. I do a blog post on Substack about the same topic, I get 200 views. It's the same topic, 10 times more ROI for my effort. And I'm really into effort, right? So I do these shows. I love them. We've been going 4 hours. There's been people on stage. We've had conversations, but I know for sure that the replays get about 20 listens. Not bad, not great. But I can do a blog post about this, knock it up in 10 minutes, and I'll get 200 views. A lot less effort, still the same amount of fun. And I'm really, really, really into Substack. So if you're watching the show, and I'd love you to join me there. Why I'm saying that is because I'm not into video editing, and I'm not going to do little short videos. I'm not. Don't ask me. So I'm going to do a blog post of all the shows we do with the main points. And they go on Substack, and they're good. Like, they're good articles. And then I'll do the live shows for fun for people to go deep. We've set up a little Facebook group there, and most people couldn't join today, but they often do. And we've covered that for 4 hours. Bloody hell, 4 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the Substack song, and that'll be my way of saying that really I'd like you to start hanging out there with me. Bez in America, are you using Substack? I'd love to hear your last thoughts on this. Are you as passionate about it as me, or is it just not resonating?
Hey, listen, I'll share my thoughts. I'll share my thoughts on Substack. And I mentioned this earlier today in another conversation. I found myself, even though my biggest community and biggest following is on LinkedIn, I find myself now tailoring my written content to Substack and repurposing it to LinkedIn, opposed to writing for LinkedIn and repurposing it to Substack.
Oh, that's very clever. So you still got a repurposing mindset, but you're starting with Substack, and then taking that and putting it over to LinkedIn as an additional sort of resource. Yeah. Oh,
That's right.
And is
That's
that
right.
working better, or it's no worse?
It's been a short time since I've made this transition and this pivot, but I could tell you, Uh, the calls to action have resulted in more views on LinkedIn than posting and commenting and spending so much time racing on this hamster wheel over on LinkedIn. I think that over a longer period of time, I would, if asked, I would say that best way to grow on LinkedIn is off of LinkedIn.
Oh, it's a good point. What do you think, Bez? Do we need to get you more inspired by Substack? It's a bloody good site. It's really good. Like, I mean, what do we need to do to get you over there and doing it more?
Well, I barely even have time to do LinkedIn, even though that's my main place. I just so I'm listening to you guys, and my question to you, because you're comparing your 20 views on YouTube to your 250 views on Substack, and my question is, okay, that's a metric, and so I'm talking to you, Keith. And what are you trying to accomplish? A metric, or is there something beyond a metric? Because maybe the 20 views on YouTube is more value than the 200 views on Substack, but I don't know what metric you're trying to what's meaningful. Why do you do what you do, and what are you trying to accomplish? Because then I may tell you, hey, YouTube is working more better for you than Substack, because 20 views means a lot more. So I don't know, but I guess that's my question. What are you trying to accomplish?
So my goal in everything that I do is to get this look, the Brady Bunch look. Now, what we've done let me just be very clear about what we've done today. Peter in San Cristobal, Mexico, has been listening for every second and has made about 100 comments, which I've added to the show. Right?
Okay.
That's the goal, to get people to listen to the show. And if they don't want to come up live, they can make comments. And that feeds to make the show dynamic. It's what gets me juiced up.
Okay.
And the ultimate goal is to get 8 people on stage, right? At
Gotcha.
one time. And yesterday's show went for 5 hours, and we've just cracked 4 hours now, right? I personally don't give a shit about the views.
All right.
I personally do not give a shit about the replays. But I know that some people say, mate, I can't come to the live show. Can I have a replay? Right. So I do it for them, even though I don't personally give a shit about that. But with Substack, and this is why I love it off the charts, love it. There's an immediacy in Substack about stats. I do a post. I enjoyed writing it or creating it. Did anyone watch it? There doesn't seem any point writing a blog post on Substack if no one's reading it. Why am I doing that? So I get stats. I get very robust stats. So I get about 200 views on every blog post I've done since February. And what I love about Substack is that I try things. So, for instance, I heard that if you add an alt tab and piece of tech, a piece of written material underneath an image, that's a little SEO hack. So what I did with the latest piece of, and I've got a stat for this, the latest article I wrote, I put some images in, and I did a little piece of writing in the English language underneath that photo, so Google knows what I'm talking about. I think that's called an alt tab, right?
Right.
So I did 4 of them. I took a shot of the stat before, and I took a shot of the and I haven't yet checked the stat for after. Now, if nothing happens, and I do that a couple of times and nothing happens, well, I don't need to do that again. But if I do it and I get this big spike, right, then I go, wow, all I did was add a couple of words to an image and 40 more people viewed it. That's a win for me. I can't do this on YouTube. So with the blog post, for me, I'm doing the blog post for all those people who can't come live and need a representation of some of the basic things we talked about, so that they can content themselves, that they didn't have to listen to the whole show. they can at least get this skinny on what's going on. So the blog posts on Substack serve two purposes. One is I've done a blog post pretty much every day since the 1st of September, and some of them go off, and some of them don't. The ones that go off, I go, wow, what's that about? Let's do another one. I'll do another one. It goes off. Okay, there's a topic. That's obviously a popular topic. I do another show. I think, wow, this could be a good show. What is RTMP? 80 views. Well, that's not very popular. No one cares what it is. So I'm not doing a show about that. So my goal is this. I want 8 people on live on the show every week. And when I get this, I get sort of, I don't know what the word is, but I lock in. I've hit target. Yeah. I've done the target. I lock in and I've done it. We didn't do it today, but we still had a good time. This is the goal. I don't get any of this kudos, any of this dopamine, any of this from LinkedIn. LinkedIn is just a courtesy for me. It's something to share with people who can't come live, can't be bothered coming live, don't want to turn up. Right? I don't really care about that. I'm just doing it for them as a gift in a way. And the blog post is a bit of a middle ground because I get to write about it and I get a bit of a hit as to what's going on and what's not working. And my highest score is 450 views. So that article that's about 450 views, well, that's a show. I can do a show about that and people will turn up. So from that point of view, LinkedIn is a bit of a waste of time, except in this instance, Peter in San Cristobal, Mexico, has made about 100 comments on LinkedIn, sort of on YouTube, because that's the format he prefers. So LinkedIn is not about me. It's about convenience for my listeners. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it sounds like you want this Brady Bunch look. You want people to show up and participate in your live stream. So I have a couple ideas for you. And I think I've seen you do some of these, but this is extending that out a little bit more. So, put your event. This is actually an event. Put it, obviously you've done LinkedIn events, but put them on Facebook events, put them on your Luma calendar. I think that's where you put them. Put them on, Eventbrite and stuff. These are free events. Now, because you want to raise awareness and people might be very interested. Where you do, in your event, you put, hey, this is an invitation for you to join me here on my live stream. This is how you do it. And there's people that want to come on a show, and you may, but when you do your events, you may want to consider as an invitation and how can they participate, and you give them the steps in the body of the invitation, whatever platform you use. But you've got so many tech platforms, and you could put into paper if you want, it's just up to you. But distribution and raising awareness might be game changer for you to get a full Brady Bunch or multiple cohorts. So just a thought.
As you know, it's very difficult to share that link in other places. Since LinkedIn audio events went away, it's very, 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 very difficult to get people to come on stage because it's hard to get them the link. But what you're saying is put the link in the actual promotional material ahead of time.
Yeah, you could, because you give them, this is step 1, step 2. I mean, if you want to have some type of bar they have to jump, I mean, maybe they fill out your Google form, right? And then that, because you say, hey, just tell me how we met, tell me something interesting, tell me why you want to come on the show, give me your email address, like things like that. I mean, you could ask some basic things. Doesn't have to be, or you can make it very easy to join, with the link on how, but whatever. I mean, you can experiment there, right? But you have to, if what fills your soul is a Brady Bunch photograph like what you've had and what you've shown, that you need to get more people here and and distribution for the awareness for you is what it's about, right? Because
No, it's
you know,
it's a very, very good point because, as you know, you and I both have done Twitter Spaces,
right.
and I had to stop doing it because of
Mhm.
all the rat bags that came in. Right, so, if to your point, if I put a link to the show on LinkedIn generically, I could get a lot of rat bags coming in.
But I don't see that from LinkedIn. I would see, you know, I don't know the type of people that are on LinkedIn. I don't see so much riffraff. And then here's the thing: if they come up on stage, maybe you don't want to see that. Maybe like you said, you know, give them a gate to jump through, and let that pipeline. Like here's so there's a couple thoughts. You can but experiment because I don't know the answer. So you can have it where they just come up and maybe you get some riffraff, okay? Or you can make it exclusive, but they must fill your form out, and all of a sudden, you know, it feels special coming on board because not everybody has the link. So you can play with the psychological effects and do your research, but I think there's a way to drive people here through an invite, through you know, making them feel special because they got the an invite from you with the special link. Maybe and like I said, what's it to somebody who really wants to get on a show and contribute by filling out a few questions on the Google form? That'll get your people that just want to fly by and not contribute and maybe not be a quality guest.
That's a good idea. I'm getting quite often 6 or 8 people, and what we did today is a very good example of what I wanted to do. A very good friend of mine in Brazil was commenting in the background, but couldn't make it because she was busy working. I get it, but she was watching the show and enjoying it. Peter in San Cristobal, Mexico, couldn't come on the show, but he was making lots and lots of comments on YouTube. It's a very interactive process, and that's what I want. So I'm going to take that idea on board, but the idea of replays does not light my candle.
Mhm.
So I don't care if I've got 100 views, or maybe if I had 100,000, I could go to Zoom and say, "See, I told you," but I don't. I don't have 100,000. I have 25, and I haven't got the appetite to build it. I just don't have the appetite to build my LinkedIn page. Sorry, my YouTube page. I just don't. I don't use LinkedIn myself personally. I'm not on it. It's not my thing. But what I love, and separate to what we've just said, is I love this idea that I can, one of the goals, and this is actually what I really want to talk about. One of my goals is that I'm getting about 200 or 300 views anyway on my posts. I've set myself a goal for myself because it's a bit challenging, that I want to get 10,000 views a month. Now, I'm getting about 9,000, but I worked it out. In order to do this, I would have to post every day and have 330 views on every post every day. It's not impossible, but it's a lot of work. But anyway, that's probably my ultimate goal. So when I do it, you'll know that I've been working very, very diligently behind the scenes. 10,000 views a day on my blog, and that's a pretty substantial number. I could take that probably to some companies and say, "Hey, this is working. 10,000 people are reading my comments every month, and my content every month. It's working." So I'm a numbers guy. I can't see the point of doing content if no one sees it. So that's probably my biggest goal: 10,000 views in 30 days. I'm currently at about 9,000, which is 300 people view my content every day for 30 days. Not bad. Pretty proud. Not especially not given that I've started in September. Not a bad result. And it doesn't matter what I do on LinkedIn or what I do on YouTube, I'm never going to get these numbers because I've been doing it for such a long time and never get anywhere close to these numbers. So I'm just milking it a bit, but I think what you've said is true. I can probably do better. I am a little bit worried about and you would know this as a host, the rat bags. if people just turn up because they've got the random link from somewhere, that's hard. That's very difficult to manage. It really kills the flow. Because first of all, and I'm doing this by myself, who are you? How do I know you? How did you get the link? What do you want to say? Right. There are 4 things I've got to sort out before I even bring them up. Yeah, but it's a good idea. I'm doing it. I'm getting it. I'm doing 2 shows a week. I'm doing the blog posts. But I'm bucking the trend a bit because I know a lot of people do replays. I don't give a shit about the replays. I really don't. And so what I do, and you'll be horrified by this, I delete the LinkedIn version about 10 minutes after the show. I just delete it. If you didn't come live, you miss out. And I don't mind that premise. It's be there or miss out. Like be there. You've got to be present to win. If you can't bother turning up, well, you miss out. That's it. The concept is free if you turn up. If you don't turn up, there's nothing. And I don't mind that. It makes me sound a bit like a mongrel, but the point is I put a lot of my heart and soul into these shows. And if you're not going to turn up, you just miss out.
I don't have a problem with that. I think if that's your brand and that's your rules, then maybe, people will respect that and show up more. You make it scarce to, it's the hey, if you're not here, you're not going to get it,
I quite like that. I'm playing around with it. It's very, very cool. I'm really into this. Like I just sit in the chair for 4 hours, talk, and we always have very good conversations about things that are going on. Yeah.
Mhm.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about, because we had this really big idea about SEO. Have you heard of a site called Yoast?
What does it do?
It checks your SEO.
I don't. I can't say I do.
Have you got a blog?
No, not really. I need to. There's a lot of things I've got queued up for the rest of the year, but go and get. I need my Substack is one of them because that will be my blog.
Yeah. Well, before Substack, I had a blog on WordPress. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't done it now, you're not going to do it. Don't force yourself.
No.
Would have happened by now if you were into it. So I have a WordPress blog. And a friend of mine who was into SEO said, the best way to grow your WordPress blog is to have guest bloggers. Like, and have people, okay. Can I write for your article? Can I write for your website? Yep, you can. Can I write for, yes, you can. I can't do it. So you do it. So I've got 250 articles on my WordPress blog.
Okay.
I've accumulated over the last 10 years. What Yoast does, this is a very cool site. It's a plugin for WordPress. And so it gives you a traffic light that says this article's not bad, but in terms of searchability, it's a yellow. It's a yellow light. You could do better. Here's how you can do better. Right. And when you get to green, you get this really big buzz and you get this tick and it says, oh, this is good. Google will be able to find this now.
Mm-hmm.
And then what it does is it also has another section called readability. Well, look, this is you probably know what you're talking about, but this is bloody hard to read.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving you a red light on this. And it says, okay, if you do this and this, I think you'll probably be able to get to a green light. Tells you very clearly what to do, really clearly. So you say, okay, well, I've got a yellow light for SEO and a red light for readability. That's not very good. No one's going to be able to find it. And even if they do find it, they probably won't want to read it. So Yoast, which works with WordPress, a bit of an old school product for SEO. Because what we were talking about Richard's new tool for SAI SEO, which is called loosely AEO and GEO. So, as I said, I don't believe there's any point writing an article if no one reads it, unless you enjoy writing it. I mean, imagine cooking a meal for 8 and no one shows up. What are you going to do with all that food? It's just a waste, right? Just have a sandwich by yourself. So I can't see any point in making content if no one sees it. And I don't even
Right.
think there's an argument to there's no way you can actually discount that unless you enjoy doing it. You know, I just made this article because I like doing it and there's nothing on TV and I thought I'd write a blog. No one's going to read it, but I don't care. That seems silly to me. Why write an article if no one reads it? So Yoast is this site that allows people to find your article, and when they find it, they want to read it. It's a genius idea. Have you ever heard of this?
Me?
Yeah.
So they read it, and yeah, I've never heard of the platform, or it doesn't seem familiar, but
It's
sounds
a,
interesting.
It's a plug-in for WordPress. You know, if you
Okay.
WordPress blog, it's a plug-in. What about you, America? Have you heard of Yoast?
I have not.
Have you got a WordPress blog, or have you got a blog?
I have a blog, but I had the LinkedIn newsletter and now Substack. I just found that posting on my website, it was redundant because it was the same content showing up on LinkedIn and on Substack. So I gave up posting to the website.
That's right, because Google doesn't like repeats. But look, it's fascinating for me. So, in a way, this green light thing is exactly like this idea. I call this flatlining. So I do an article. My average is 220. When I get to about 220, it flatlines, and just sort of no one else reads it. I got two choices. I can go and write another blog, which will get another 220 views, or I can do something to this blog. Change the photo, change the title, hyperlink to an article. But this is endless. Like, I can do this every day forever for like 150 years, because the amount of things that I can do to get these spikes, they're sort of self-determining. You know, people are reading these blogs. 236 people have read this blog post. And that's very satisfying to me. So it's a very cool thing. But I know, Bez, this is overwhelming because you've already got too many things to do anyway. So don't feel like you have to do this. But about 25% of people want to read. In spite of what people tell you, not everyone loves video. I don't watch video. I don't like videos. I don't have a TikTok account. I don't use Instagram. In spite of what people are telling you, not everyone loves video. Some people like to read. I like to print things off on the train and get a dot point of all the main points. I like to print things out and read them. Can you believe it? And about 25% of people do like to blog or read blogs. It's not a high number. 50% of people do like to make videos, but I don't like to make videos.
Mhm.
So it's not authentic for me. Like, I'm doing something that other people want me to do, but I don't want to do it. Yeah.
Right.
There's a very famous line in the Green Day song that says, "I'm already late for somewhere I don't want to go." You know, I don't want to
That's
go.
funny.
I don't care if I'm late at all, because I don't even want to go at all. But I have to go.
Mhm.
And that's what I feel about video. I sort of have to do it. I don't want to do it. And so I can live with YouTube because that's a gift to others.
Right.
It's a gift to them. It doesn't take me any extra effort to do a YouTube version. Peter's enjoying it. He's saying that AEO and GEO is starting to feel a bit overwhelming. I'm sort of starting to be my own worst enemy. And he has heard of you, Yoast, as a WordPress guy. I think for a long time it has been a very dominant plugin. It's a very, very, very good plugin. And but you have to. It works with WordPress, which is a blogging site. Anyway, 4 hours down. I reckon it's probably time to have a rest, have a bit of food, have a chance to debrief. You guys take care. I think that's the end of the week for me. I'm just going to go and sort of chill in the background. Substack feels like home to me, so that's where I'm going to hang out from now on. And I've got a special song for that and a special graphic. And let me see if I can get up the words as well. Substack feels like home. But let me just play that song and then we'll wrap it up.
Right. Great hanging out with you guys.
Likewise.
Still getting that.
Substack